Chapter 1789. Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian entered the divine ability relic that Duan Lingtian discovered a few days ago. Wang Fei Xian easily annihilated the few savage beasts in the first test because they were just a few early pristine saint stage savage beasts. It seems like I'm right. Although he had only passed the first trial, the difficulty of the first trial was enough to show that the god art recorded in this god art relic wasn't something worth looking forward to. Don't jinx it! Duan Lingtian glared at Wang Fei Xian. Of course, although he said that, he did not blame Wang Fei Xian in his heart. After all, even if Wang Fei Xian did not say that, it would not change the fact that this was just a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian easily passed the next few tests. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not have to make a move. Just as the two of them had guessed, the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was indeed just a low-level divine ability, a very useless low-level divine ability. Although he did not think much of it, Duan Lingtian still remembered it. It took less than 2 days from entering the divine ability relic to coming out. I think the next divine ability relic that we find will definitely record a mid-level divine ability or high-level divine ability. Just as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian were about to search for the third divine ability relic, Wang Fei Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a teasing smile, "The divine ability in the next divine ability relic would belong to her." "You're thinking too much," Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. "I guess the next divine ability relic will be the same as the previous one. There will only be a useless low-level divine ability in it." "What? Do you want to compete with me to see whose mouth is more accurate? Don't forget that I was right about your divine ability relic just now." "Humph. The next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-level divine ability relic." Wang Fei Xian snorted. It was obvious that she was deliberately provoking Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, the two of them found another divine ability relic. As it turned out, Princess Yu could guess correctly once, but she might not be able to guess correctly a second time. This divine ability relic was also a low-level divine ability relic. Jinx! Don't jinx it! Along the way, Wang Fei could not help but complain whenever she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Women and villains were really difficult to deal with. Did she forget she was the one who cursed him first? After Wang Fei Xian obtained the low-level divine ability relic, the two of them continued to look for the next target. On the way, Wang Fei Xian looked over and seemed to want to say something. Duan Lingtian immediately said with a vigilant face, "I'm warning you, if you dare to curse me again, don't even think about getting a mid-level divine ability relic. As for a high-level one, don't even think about it." When Wang Fei Xian recalled how both of them were injured, she immediately shut her mouth and no longer said anything. However, she could not help but glare at Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, when men and women work together, work is not tiring. In just 1 day, the two of them found the entrance to another divine ability relic. According to the rules of cooperation, this divine ability relic belonged to Duan Lingtian. "I hope the divine ability relic in this divine ability relic is a mid-level or above offensive divine ability." After entering the divine ability relic, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the Dao martial saint land, although divine abilities were similar to martial tactics, they were completely different from martial tactics. It was possible to cast divine abilities while casting martial tactics. The effects of the two could be stacked. Due to this reason, if Duan Lingtian could obtain an offensive divine ability, his strength would definitely improve when he broke through to the eminent saint stage. In fact, as soon as he broke through to the eminent saint stage, he would be able to officially cultivate divine abilities. So far, he already had 3 decent Shintongha in his hands. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body was a defensive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was an assist-type divine ability, and the Golden Crow's Wings was a movement divine ability. Among the 3 divine abilities, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body had the lowest level. It was only a mid-level divine ability. As for the other 2 divine abilities, before he returned to his body and communicated with Hualao in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he did not know which divine ability was more advanced. However, subconsciously, he still felt that the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, should be more advanced. After all, it was Hua Lao's bloodline divine ability, as a three-legged golden crow. Naturally, even if he managed to cultivate the golden crow's wings that Hua Lao had passed to him to the highest level, it would not be comparable to the golden crow's wings that Hua Lao had cast. This was because it was Hua Lao's bloodline divine ability. When Hua Lao cast it, it would have a huge boost. However, even then, it was still a divine ability that did not belong to the mundane planets. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that the golden crow's wings was the most powerful divine ability among the three divine abilities that he had mastered that would be helpful to him. Naturally, although he felt this way, he was not certain. He had a feeling that the elementary devouring tactic was not as simple as it seemed. I'll have to ask Hua Lao after I leave the St. Martial secret zone to find out the specifics. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this matter anymore. However, the only thing Duan Lingtian currently lacked was an offensive divine ability. Although he had inherited the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, to a certain extent, the Sovereign Heart Sword still belonged to the category of martial arts. With the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's level, the techniques he displayed were also in the category of martial arts. It would only clash with other martial arts techniques, but it would not clash with divine abilities. Of course, it would be even better if it's an offensive divine ability like a sword technique. Duan Lingtian kept dreaming in his heart. Wang Fei Xian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would have definitely laughed at him and said that he was dreaming. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian went through the first test of the divine ability relic. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately after he killed the guardian wild beast in the first test. Wang Fei Xian's face was flushed red. After a long while, she finally could not help but laugh out loud. "You can't blame me this time. I didn't curse you." Based on the first test, the divine ability relic contained another low-grade divine ability. This was indeed the case. Just wait and see. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability, Wang Fei Xian said confidently as they continued to search for the next divine ability relic. "I hope so." Duan Lingtian nodded and no longer mocked Wang Fei Xian. Apart from that, he had also completely recovered from his depressed mood when he encountered another low-grade divine ability relic. "Don't worry. When it's your turn next time, the divine ability in the divine ability relic that you encounter will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was no longer arguing with her, Wang Fei Xian was not used to it. "Let's leave it to fate." Duan Lingtian smiled and said nonchalantly. Are you all right?" Wang Fei Xian paused and looked at Duan Lingtian seriously. "What can happen to me? Let's go." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Although he was in a hurry to obtain an offensive divine ability, after obtaining that low-grade divine ability, he was no longer in such a hurry. It was not that the low-grade divine ability was special, but Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that he was a little too greedy. The divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, that he obtained in the St. Martial secret zone was still alright since it was a medium-grade divine ability. However, the other divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he obtained was not only a high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone, but it was also a unique high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone. At the very least, it was unique in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he finally accepted it. After all, contentment was bliss. Even if he could not obtain any useful divine abilities in the future, his trip to the St. Martial secret zone this time could be considered as a success. It was precisely because of this that he was so calm. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian did not know about Duan Lingtian's previous experience and the change in his mentality. For this reason, it was impossible for her to know why Duan Lingtian had such a change. One must admit that Wang Fei Xian's luck was indeed not bad. 2 days later, the two of them discovered another divine ability relic. The trials in this divine ability relic were not any weaker than the trials in the 6 Harmonies Pagoda and 6 Halls Palace that Duan Lingtian had gone through previously. The divine ability recorded in this divine ability was similar to the divine ability recorded in the 6 Harmonies Pagoda and 6 Halls Palace. It was a defensive divine ability. However, although this defensive divine ability was also a medium-grade divine ability, it was slightly inferior to the defensive divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, that Duan Lingtian had obtained. Naturally, the difference was not much. After obtaining a high-grade divine ability and a medium-grade divine ability in succession, Wang Fei Xian was in a good mood. Let's go! Let's continue to look for the next divine ability relic. They soon found the next divine ability relic. This was Duan Lingtian's divine ability relic. However, it was still a low-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was not too surprised by this. On the contrary, Wang Fei Xian was a little embarrassed. Why don't we change the rules? In the future divine ability relics, until we encounter a medium-grade or higher divine ability, the low-grade divine ability will belong to me? If it's a medium-grade or higher divine ability, it will belong to you. Even Wang Fei Xian could not bear to see Duan Lingtian's bad luck. She was really worried that Duan Lingtian would encounter a low-grade divine ability when she obtained the 3rd medium-grade or higher divine ability. No need. Due to the change in his mentality, Duan Lingtian directly rejected Wang Fei Xian's good intentions. Why are you so stubborn? Wang Fei Xian was not happy with Duan Lingtian's rejection. Do you think you're protecting your man's dignity by rejecting me at this time? Do you think that your so-called dignity as a man is more important than your future? You must know that sometimes, a medium-grade or higher divine ability can even change your future. Do you think I didn't obtain a medium-grade or higher divine ability before I met you? Chapter 1790. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was stunned. That's right. When she met Duan Lingtian had already been in the St. Martial secret zone for 2 months. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to not have encountered any other divine ability relics. Most of the divine ability relics that they found recently were found by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she even wanted to dig out Duan Lingtian's eyes to see what was different about them, and why it was so easy for them to find divine ability relics. Humph! Since you don't appreciate it, then I have nothing to say. Wang Fei Xian snorted and did not say anything else. However, she could not help but think to herself, if the divine ability in the next divine ability relic is a medium-grade divine ability, or above. Let's see how he regrets it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian was really lucky. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic was indeed a medium-grade divine ability. Moreover, it was an offensive divine ability called the Falling Leaves Flying Flowers. How is it? Do you regret it? Wang Fei Xian asked Duan Lingtian after she memorized the divine ability. There's nothing to regret. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If it was him in the past, he might feel regretful that he was not the one who obtained the offensive divine ability. However, his mentality had changed. He no longer cared about it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was really bad. It was another low-grade divine ability. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. This time, Wang Fei Xian's luck was not very good. She also obtained a low-grade divine ability. This should be the last divine ability relic we'll explore. After 4 days, the St. Martial secret zone will forcefully teleport us out, Wang Fei Xian said after discovering another divine ability relic and entering it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There were only 4 days left, and it was only enough for them to pass through this sacred art relic. This is the last divine ability relic. I hope it's a mid-level divine ability or above. Wang Fei Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian and said. It just so happened that it was Duan Lingtian's turn to obtain the divine ability of this divine ability relic. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and appeared very calm. It was as if he didn't care what level of divine ability was recorded in this divine ability relic. Seeing that the person involved didn't seem to care, Wang Feixian didn't say anything else. However, Wang Feixian turned pale with fright when she was faced with the first trial. Why are they so powerful? Even though Wang Feixian was at the intermediate refined saint stage, she could not pass the first challenge. The difficulty of this challenge was even more difficult than the first challenge in the Divine Ability Relic where she obtained the high-grade movement Divine Ability, the 1,000 Illusory Shadows. High-grade Divine Ability? At the same time, Wang Feixian muttered to herself after taking a deep breath. My luck's not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled and strode out. The trial that Wang Feixian could not pass was nothing to him. He only spent a dozen breaths of time before he annihilated the guardian savage beast of the first trial. Then, he began to challenge the subsequent challenges. The subsequent challenges were much more difficult than the challenge in the Divine Ability Relic where Wang Feixian obtained the high-grade movement Divine Ability, the 1,000 Illusory Shadows. This made Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian even more certain that the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability. Don't tell me it's really a high-grade sword-type divine ability? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he entered the next challenge and discovered he had appeared in another sword tomb. The previous few checkpoints were all in the sword mounds. Naturally, they were all different sword tombs. The test in every sword tomb was different, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. At the very least, Wang Feixian was not confident she could pass all the challenges. However, to Duan Lingtian, who had passed the Divine Ability Relic, the Abyssal Swamp, and obtained the unique high-grade Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone, these challenges were nothing to him. The challenges he had passed in the Abyssal Swamp were much more difficult than this. The high-grade divine ability contained in this divine ability relic is definitely not as good as the elementary devouring tactic. However, compared to the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows she obtained earlier, it should be slightly more powerful. This could be seen from the difficulty of the challenges he had encountered along the way. As it turns out, your bad luck from before has been accumulating. Wang Feixian sighed with an envious expression on her face. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything as he continued to challenge the challenges. Although his mentality had changed, he would not reject a high-grade divine ability that was placed in front of him. It's the last challenge. We can finally find out what kind of divine ability is contained in this divine ability relic, Wang Feixian said before they entered the last challenge. In any divine ability relic, the last challenge was to challenge the person who had mastered the divine ability. The divine ability that the person cast was also the divine ability that could be obtained after defeating the person. At the last challenge, the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian was a young sword cultivator dressed in white. He carried a sheathed long sword on his back as he stood there as straight as a javelin. He gave off a feeling as though he was a sword. A sword cultivator? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as his body emitted an awe-inspiring battle intent. He possessed the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, he could be considered as a sword cultivator as well. When he encountered someone who was also a sword cultivator, it was only natural for him to be competitive. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian emitted his battle intent, the white-clad young man's body swayed and disappeared from the spot. Naturally, he only disappeared before Wang Feixian's eyes. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the white-clad young man shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, although his speed was fast, it was only comparable to the speed of an elite powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was far from comparable to his speed. It was not even comparable to the speed of the woman who passed the last challenge in the Divine Ability Relic where Wang Feixian obtained the Divine Ability, the 1,000 Illusory Shadows. However, the woman's speed was only comparable to Duan Lingtian due to the boost from her Divine Ability. This white-clad young man, on the other hand, did not have any movement divine ability to rely on. In terms of overall strength, that woman is far from comparable to him. When Duan Lingtian saw the powerful aura the white-clad young man emitted when he unsheathed his long sword, he could tell how powerful he was. He was definitely a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, this was under the condition that he did not use his divine ability. If he used his divine ability, his strength would naturally increase. His divine ability. It must be a high-grade sword technique divine ability. However, I don't know if it's an offensive divine ability, a defensive divine ability, an assist-type divine ability, or even a movement divine ability. Sword-type divine abilities were divided into many types as well. Soon after, the technique the white-clad young man used told Duan Lingtian the answer. Whoosh! 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 As the white-clad young man unsheathed his long sword, he did not seem to have made any movements, but 9 clones suddenly appeared around him. The 9 clones were identical to him. They held swords in their hands as they stared intently at Duan Lingtian. What a lifelike clones! When Duan Lingtian saw the 10 figures rapidly moving and mixing together in just a short while, he could not tell which figure was the true body at all even when he extended his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another 10 figures were charging at him one after another. The 3-foot-long green swords in their hands shot out 7-foot-long sword raised toward Duan Lingtian's head. Whoosh! 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 The 10 white-clad young men were like 10 sword celestials that had descended from the 9 heavens. They wielded the swords in their hands as they shot toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. What a fast sword! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He discovered the sword rays that shot out from the 10 white-clad young men's hands were actually the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Each sword was comparable to the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Whoosh! The first white-clad young man charged over and tapped his sword on the colossal sword bell that rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It caused the colossal sword bell to tremble before it dimmed a little. Whoosh! Another white-clad young man charged over and attacked the colossal sword bell again, causing it to dim even more. Whoosh! The third white-clad young man used his third sword to destroy Duan Lingtian's colossal sword bell in one fell swoop. Although Duan Lingtian's colossal sword bell was comparable to the defense cast by an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it could only withstand 2 attacks from a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for it to withstand 3 attacks. With just 3 swords, Duan Lingtian's defense had been destroyed. There were 7 other white-clad young men who continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian with their swords after Duan Lingtian had lost his defense. Whoosh! Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian, naturally, chose to dodge. However, no matter how he dodged, the swords in the 7 white-clad young men's hands still locked onto him. The 7 swords missed their target, and left long sword marks in the air. At this moment, it seemed as though 7 cracks were about to appear in the air. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling reverberated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he raised his head instinctively, he saw the 3-foot-long green sword in one of the white-clad young men's hands was shining brightly. It instantly accelerated and charged toward him at a speed that was slightly faster than his own. That's the main body! At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the other 9 clones of the white-clad young man were entering his main body at an extremely fast speed. Every time a clone entered his main body, the strength of the sword in his main body's hand would increase. In the end, the speed of the white-clad young man's main body charging toward Duan Lingtian with the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had reached a speed that was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How fast! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1791. The white-clad young man's sword was so powerful and fast that Duan Lingtian could not dodge it. I can only take this sword head-on. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and immediately mobilized the Sun True Origin to form the 10,000 Swords territory as quickly as possible. However, the sword in the white-clothed young man's hand was simply too fast. Before the 10,000 Swords domain had the time to form, it had already crushed and shattered the 10,000 Swords domain with an unstoppable force. When the 10,000 Swords territory was shattered, the Sun True Origin shook and affected Duan Lingtian, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into blood-red stars. However, Duan Lingtian did not have time to care about his injuries. The white-clad young man charged at him with the sword in his hand. It was as though he was a sword immortal who had descended from the 9 heavens to kill him. The moment the 10,000 Swords domain was crushed, the sun vital essence in his body immediately gathered in his hand through the 99 saint meridians in his body. It gushed out and turned into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with golden light. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. Whoosh! The white-clad young man's eyes were cold, and no emotions could be seen on his face. However, the sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper to Duan Lingtian. It could take his life at any time. Although he would not really die if he was killed by the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian did not intend to wait for death. This was the last stage of the Divine Ability Relic. As long as he could pass it, he would be able to obtain a high-grade Divine Ability. Based on the white-clad young man's attack, it was obvious the Divine Ability was a sword-type offensive Divine Ability. It was also the Divine Ability that Duan Lingtian dreamed of. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian could not see any hope, he was very open-minded. However, now that he saw hope, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss it. I'll do my best to kill him and obtain his divine ability. If I still can't defeat him even after using all my strength, I'll have no regrets. A crazy will was rapidly brewing in Duan Lingtian's mind. Under the urging of this crazy will, Duan Lingtian's figure moved. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand trembled and shot out like lightning, meeting the sword of the white-clothed youth that was descending from the sky. Whoosh! The power contained in the white-clad young man's sword was comparable to the power of an intermediate eminent saint-staged powerhouse. Although Duan Lingtian had also used his full strength, his sword was still much weaker than the white-clothed youth's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The resplendent golden light that covered the 3-foot-long blade finally collided with the 3-foot-long blade in the hands of the white-clothed young man. Sword tip against sword tip, a wild and violent energy surged out from both directions. The collision caused the surrounding space to tremble, as though it could split apart at any moment. What a strong power! As they clashed, Duan Lingtian immediately realized how terrifying the white-clothed youth's sword was. The energy in the white-clothed youth's sword had completely suppressed the energy in the sword in his hand. Not only that, but the energy even surged into his hand and into his body through the sword in his hand. This energy was majestic and vast. As soon as it entered his body, it began to wreak havoc as though it was trying to damage his internal organs. Even though Duan Lingtian had hastily mobilized the remaining Sun True Origin in his body, it was still difficult for him to withstand this energy. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's body jolted as horror dawned on his face. Wang Fei Xian, who was watching the battle from a distance away, could not interfere since the beginning. When she saw Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young man colliding head-on with each other, and seemed to be at a disadvantage, horror dawned on her face. At the same time, she charged toward the white-clad young man as though she had transformed into a gust of wind. She was an intermediate refined saint-stage martial cultivator after all. The power of Wang Fei Xian's attack was not weak at all. Even someone as powerful as the white-clothed youth had to withdraw a portion of his energy in time when faced with Wang Fei Xian's attack. He condensed the energy into a sword chi and shot it toward Wang Fei Xian. Swish! Swish! The crisp sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword chi pierced through Wang Fei Xian's body. From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian did not even have time to react. It's too fast. This was the only thought that remained in Wang Fei Xian's mind before her clone was vaporized. Lingtian, you can do it! Wang Fei Xian thought to herself as her divine consciousness left her clone and returned to her main body. She was sent out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. When Wang Fei Xian's clone was killed by the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian, who was originally in deep trouble, had a chance to catch his breath since the white-clothed young man had withdrawn a portion of his energy in time. It was during this moment that Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The sword follows the heart, the sword follows the heart. The energy that the white-clothed young man had channeled into Duan Lingtian's body was mainly boosted by a sword-type divine ability after all. Due to this reason, it was also a sword energy. Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword was a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage yet, when he activated the mental cultivation method to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it only took him a moment to expel the energy the white-clothed young man had left in his body. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's clone was vaporized. Die! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Before the white-clothed young man could fully focus on him, the 3-foot-long blade in his hand began to tremble violently. At this moment, the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword guided the Sun true origin and the energy that belonged to the white-clothed young man that had been expelled by Duan Lingtian to gather on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. It was like a raging WYRM charging out of its nest as it charged toward the white-clothed young man. Whoosh! As soon as the sword was unleashed, its sharp aura revealed a hint of coldness, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a little. Duan Lingtian's sword finally pierced through the white-clothed young man's body. However, there was no bloody scene as the white-clothed young man was vaporized immediately. It's finally over. After killing the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When he recalled the scene earlier, fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, I activated the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword's mental cultivation method at the critical moment, and expelled all of his energy from his body. However, it's also thanks to Wang Fei Xian. If she hadn't distracted him, I might not have been able to expel his energy even if I activated the mental cultivation method of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Crash! Suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian raised his head. With just a glance, he saw a crack in the air. Behind the crack was a gigantic stone sword. The stone sword fell from the sky with the tip of the sword pointed downward and stabbed firmly into the ground. It's not a stone tablet. According to Duan Lingtian's past experience, apart from the elementary devouring tactic, almost all of the divine abilities he obtained were recorded in stone tablets. This was the first time he had seen a stone sword. However, when his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, he quickly realized the stone sword was the same as the stone tablet. They were both carriers of divine abilities. It's indeed a sword-type offensive divine ability. High-grade divine ability, otherworldly celestial. After his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, Duan Lingtian quickly found out what divine ability the white-clothed young man had used earlier. Otherworldly celestial, it lives up to its name. Previously, when the white-clothed young man descended from the sky, it was indeed as though he was a sword celestial that had descended from the 9 heavens. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It only took him half a day to memorize all of the information about the divine ability, otherworldly celestial. With just a thought, he could take it out to cultivate and comprehend it. I've gained quite a lot from this trip to the St. Martial's secret zone. With a flash, the divine ability relic vanished. Duan Lingtian returned to the place where he discovered the entrance of the divine ability relic. There's only one day left. Let's meditate for a day. After calculating the time, Duan Lingtian found out the St. Martial's secret zone would send him out the next day. For this reason, he sat down cross-legged and waited for the St. Martial's secret zone to send him out the next day. Outside the St. Martial's secret zone, Wang Fei Xian's appearance had attracted many people's attention. Among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone, there were only 5 people left before Wang Fei Xian came out. Now that Wang Fei Xian had come out, it meant there were only 4 people left in the St. Martial secret zone. Miss Fei Xian. When Lu Jian saw Wang Fei Xian coming out, he immediately went up to her with a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I couldn't help you. He and Wang Fei Xian had discovered 2 divine ability relics together. Wang Fei Xian had passed the first divine ability relic and let him have the divine ability. However, they did not have the ability to pass the second divine ability relic. He was even killed and eliminated. You don't have to apologize. The reason I let you have the divine ability is to repay a favor to Ling Tian's elder. From today onward, Ling Tian no longer owes you or your elder any favors. Do you understand? Wang Fei Xian said as she looked at Lu Jian indifferently. Yes. Lu Jian nodded. In the past, he did not know the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to work with him was to repay a favor to his elder. However, he already knew the reason now. Not only that, but when the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Li Feng was exposed, he knew Duan Lingtian wanted to help Li Feng repay a favor to his elder. His elder was none other than Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Little girl from the Wang clan, did you encounter Ling Tian in the St. Martial secret zone? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian with a glint in his eyes. Everyone present on the scene was very curious about Duan Lingtian's situation in the St. Martial secret zone. They were curious because Duan Lingtian had entered the number 1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone alone, but he was not eliminated. There must be something fishy going on. All of them wanted to know how Duan Lingtian managed to escape from the divine ability relic. Yes. Wang Fei Xian did not know why Zhu Luqi asked this. However, she still nodded in response. I was with him for the next 20 days. Chapter 1792. Did you hear him mention that he encountered an extremely difficult divine ability relic? Do you know how he managed to escape from there? Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, asked curiously as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Extremely difficult divine ability relic? Escape? Wang Fei Xian frowned and shook her head. I didn't hear him mention it. It seems like he didn't tell you about it. In that case, we can only wait for him to tell us tomorrow. Qian Pingxing nodded before continuing. As time passed, another person was eliminated half a day later. This person was also a Heaven Palace's disciple. He was none other than Gao Peng, the strongest Heaven Palace's disciple among the younger generation in Heaven Palace apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and Zhao Ji. Gao Peng was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, when he came out, his expression was extremely grave. How could he look good? He had almost passed the last trial of the medium-grade divine ability relic. However, due to a small mistake, he was killed by the guardian of the last trial with his divine ability. Due to this reason, he did not obtain any medium-grade divine ability at all. He only obtained a few low-grade divine abilities. After Gao Peng came out, no one else came out earlier. It was only on the second day that 3 figures finally appeared in the St. Martial secret zone. I'm out. One of the 3 figures was Duan Lingtian. After he came out, he sighed in relief and stretched his body as though no one was around. At the same time, he noticed the 2 people next to him. These 2 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. However, under his divine eye, both of their cultivation bases were exposed. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems like they're the other 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian had long heard that in the Mystical Sky Mansion, apart from Zhao Ji and Gao Peng from Heaven Palace, there were 2 other intermediate refined saint stage disciples in Earth Palace and Mystical Palace. As for the younger generation in Yellow Palace, there was no one at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Ha! As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he noticed a group of people outside were looking at him. What happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian, who was standing behind the Sky Hall's hall master, and asked. They all want to know how you escaped from the St. Martial Secret Zone's #1 Divine Ability Relic. Wang Fei Xian replied. Why haven't I heard you mention the #1 Divine Ability Relic before? The #1 Divine Ability Relic? Duan Lingtian was at a loss. What was that? It's said to be a divine ability relic with an extremely high difficulty. In the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion, nobody has ever passed the first trial of that divine ability relic, Wang Fei Xian said. In the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion, nobody had ever passed the first trial of the divine ability relic. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Abyssal Swamp. The first trial of the Abyssal Swamp was definitely the most monstrous first trial of all the divine ability relic he had encountered in there. Unless one was a young powerhouse whose strength was comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse, it was impossible for one to pass that trial. That wild beast tribe was extremely terrifying. Duan Lingtian exchanged a few more words with Wang Fei Xian and finally confirmed that the #1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone was the Abyssal Swamp. Under the circumstances where they don't know what kind of divine ability is contained in the Abyssal Swamp, they actually acknowledge the divine ability as the #1 divine ability in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian did not expect the divine ability he obtained, the elementary devouring tactic, would have such a title. However, all of them want to know how I escaped from the first trial of the Abyssal Swamp. Does this mean nobody thinks I've passed the trial and obtained the divine ability? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If I tell them I obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the Abyssal Swamp, would the Mystical Sky Mansion imprison me and not allow me to leave? Duan Lingtian had not thought about this before he came out. However, after he came out and realized the significance of the elementary devouring tactic to the Mystical Sky Mansion, this thought appeared in his mind. Although he was grateful to the Mystical Sky Mansion for allowing him to obtain the elementary devouring tactic, he did not plan to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion forever. At the latest, he would leave the Mystical Sky Mansion and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided not to tell them he had obtained the elementary devouring tactic. Faced with the question from Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he said, When I was in the swamp, I felt that something was amiss, so I chose to leave immediately. Now that I think about it, if I was a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape when the entire group of wild beasts came out. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed in relief. However, a hint of fear could still be seen on his face. So that's how it is. You're really lucky. Qian Pingxing did not doubt Duan Lingtian's answer at all. The others had similar thoughts as well, since they did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic. Humph! He's really afraid of death. That group of wild beasts hasn't even come out, and he chose to run away. At this moment, a discordant voice resonated in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Zhao Ji. No matter how afraid of death I am, it's still better than someone who was eliminated after entering for only 3 days. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile in response to Zhao Ji's sarcastic words. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many people present on the scene could not help but twitch their mouths. Lingtian really knew how to rub salt into their wounds. However, they did not blame Lingtian. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame Hao Ji for speaking rudely. Otherwise, why would Lingtian expose his scars in public and slap his face? You! Hao Ji's expression changed drastically. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Zhao Ji's face. Just as he was about to say something, his father, Zhao Deng, sent him a voice transmission to remind him, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. He said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Lingtian, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, it's either you or me. Of course, it's either you or me. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. It was as though he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously at all. Humph! Just you wait! Zhao Ji snorted coldly through voice transmission, but he did not say anything else. However, his eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. Although Zhao Deng, who was standing next to Zhao Ji, did not say anything, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been cut into 1,000 pieces a long time ago. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the vicious gaze of the father and son from the Zhao clan. However, he was not bothered by it at all. Previously, when he slapped Zhao Ji twice at the peak of the Heaven Palace, he was already mentally prepared to stand on the opposite side of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, when he encountered Zhao Ji in the St. Martial secret zone, he immediately killed Zhao Ji's clone and eliminated Zhao Ji. Since he had already offended them, it did not matter if he offended them further. Huh! Who's this? Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed an unfamiliar gaze staring at him. When he turned around, he saw a skinny old man standing in the distance and looking at him quietly. This was his first time meeting this old man. He was not one of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials whom he had met earlier. Elder Ku, now that you've seen him, according to what you said earlier, shouldn't you leave now? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked nonchalantly as he looked at Kumi. Elder Ku? A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed like this old man was not from the mystical Sky Mansion. Otherwise, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, would not have spoken to him in such a manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed a hint of disappointment could be seen in the skinny old man's eyes when he looked at him. What's he disappointed about? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. This was his first time meeting the old man. What was there to be disappointed about? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the old man standing in front of him was none other than Kumi, one of the two capable subordinates of his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffin. The reason Kumi was disappointed was because he noticed Duan Lingtian was not in disguise. He's not the young mansion master! Kumi had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. When he compared the current Duan Lingtian, he knew the current Duan Lingtian was not the young mansion master he was looking for. However, it did not cross Kumi's mind that the young man standing in front of him was the young mansion master he was looking for. However, the young mansion master had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself without leaving any traces behind. That was why he looked like this without any traces of disguise at all. Mansion Master Meng, farewell! Faced with Zhu Luqi's overbearing attitude, Kumi completely ignored him. Instead, he looked at the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, who was standing nearby and bade him farewell before leaving. When Kumi left, he disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Among the people present on the scene, Meng Qing was the only one who could clearly see Kumi's figure when he left. What a fast speed! The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene had a solemn expression on their faces. They had a new understanding of the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouse. Kumi's strength was far above theirs. Subsequently, it was time to report their gains. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who planned to keep it a secret, the others reported their gains. The number of divine abilities and the grade of the divine abilities they obtained would affect their status in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Those who obtained a high-grade divine ability would, naturally, be nurtured by the Mystical Sky Mansion. High-grade divine ability? When it was Wang Fei Xian's turn to report, she revealed the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, that she had obtained. It shocked everyone present on the scene. Chapter 1793. High-grade divine ability. Wang Fei Xian was the first person to say she had obtained a high-grade divine ability. The 1,000 illusory shadows. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, there was a senior who had obtained it before. However, since he was a man, he didn't manage to master the divine ability. However, according to the letter he left behind, if a female disciple obtained this divine ability, there's a high chance she would be able to master it. At this moment, Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, spoke up. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials stared at Wang Fei Xian with burning eyes. Wang Fei Xian was a female martial artist. Did this not mean she would be able to master the high-grade divine ability in the future? Senior brother Zhu, why don't you give this girl to our Yellow Palace? Soon after, Qian Pingxing looked at Zhu Luqi and began to poach him. I'm interested in taking her as my direct disciple. Junior brother Qian, it's too late. I've already decided to take this girl as my direct disciple. After learning that Wang Fei Xian had obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the thousand illusory shadows, Zhu Luqi, naturally, would not allow her to join the Yellow Palace. For this reason, when he heard Qian Pingxing's words, he immediately expressed his intention to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. She had revealed that she had obtained a high-grade divine ability so she could be nurtured better by the mystical Sky Mansion. Now that the Palace Master of Heaven Palace wanted to take her as his direct disciple, she had already achieved her goal. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was the leader of the group of Vice Mansion Masters in the mystical Sky Mansion. His strength and status in the mystical Sky Mansion was second only to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion and the two Great Guardians. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian was happy to become his direct disciple. How is it? Girl, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Zhu Luqi ignored Qian Pingxing, who had a bitter expression on his face. He immediately looked at Wang Fei Xian and asked with a smile. Greetings, master! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Fei Xian knelt down in the air and kowtowed 3 times to Zhu Luqi, which could be considered the ceremony of apprenticeship. Ha! Seeing this, Zhu Luqi laughed heartily and was very happy. Congratulations, senior brother Zhu! Congratulations, Palace Master! At the same time, everyone present congratulated Zhu Luqi, including Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. Although his heart was bleeding, he could only accept his fate. In fact, it was not only Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, whose heart was bleeding. Among the mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters present on the scene, apart from Xiao Deng, felt their hearts bleeding as well. Who wouldn't want an outstanding disciple who obtained a high-grade divine ability? However, among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene, Mansion Master Meng Qing was the only one who could compete with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Due to this reason, when Zhu Luqi said he wanted to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple, they had a tacit understanding and did not interrupt since they knew it would be useless even if they did. Congratulations! Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian and promptly sent a voice transmission to congratulate her. That day, after I was eliminated, did you manage to defeat that white-clad sword cultivator? Wang Fei Xian asked through voice transmission. That day, she was killed by the guardian of the final trial of the high-grade divine ability relic. The strength of that guardian was beyond her imagination. Even she was not certain if Duan Lingtian had passed that trial or not. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I managed to defeat him by luck. In that case, you must have obtained a high-grade divine ability as well? Wang Fei Xian asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say. However, I hope you can. You hope I can keep it a secret for you, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Wang Fei Xian interrupted Duan Lingtian considerately and promised. You have to leave the mystical Sky Mansion in the future and go to the upper province to look for your master. If they find out you've obtained a high-grade divine ability, they might not let you go. Thank you. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Wang Fei Xian's considerate words, and he thanked her through voice transmission. What are you thanking me for? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 1,000 illusory shadows. Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian before she continued to say. Therefore, we're even now. However, I've helped you return the favor to Lu Jian Sr., but the favor you owe me can't be considered as being returned. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. Could it not be considered as being returned? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was tempted to tell her that he had obtained a high-grade divine ability. In that case, he would no longer owe Wang Fei Xian a favor. However, he did not say it in the end. Duan Lingtian's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people who had entered the Saint Martial's secret zone. Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to the divine ability he had obtained. However, sometimes, the higher one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment. A medium-grade divine ability? When they found out Duan Lingtian had only obtained a medium-grade divine ability, and a few low-grade divine abilities, most of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, were disappointed. Only the people from the Zhao clan were gloating. You! Why didn't you obtain a high-grade divine ability? With your strength, an ordinary high-grade divine ability relic shouldn't pose a problem to you. Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He found it hard to believe. I only encountered 2 high-grade divine ability relics. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, The first one is the number 1 divine ability relic. The second one is the divine ability relic where the 1,000 illusory shadows is recorded. In that case, you're the one who gave the 1,000 illusory shadows to Fei Xian? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He felt Duan Lingtian knew how to make the right choice. Compared to female martial artists, the 1,000 illusory shadows was much more difficult for male martial artists to master. Giving it to a female was the right choice. Actually, it's not that. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say it was not that he gave it to Wang Fei Xian, Wang Fei Xian interrupted him. That's right, master. He was the one who gave it to me. If it wasn't for his help, I wouldn't have obtained that divine ability at all. Apart from Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Their thoughts were the same as Zhu Luqi. They felt Duan Lingtian had made the right choice. Not everyone is able to give up on a high-grade divine ability. Lingtian, you're really good. One of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion praised him. That's right. In the future, if our Mystical Sky Mansion manages to obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, it'll be all thanks to you. At that time, your name will definitely leave a mark in our Mystical Sky Mansion's history and be passed down for generations to come. Another vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. As the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples revealed their gains one by one, among the 30 people who entered the Saint Martial's secret zone, only Wang Fei Xian alone obtained a high-grade divine ability. Naturally, this was under the premise that Duan Lingtian had concealed his gains. Apart from that, among the 30 people who entered the Saint Martial's secret zone, Lu Jian was the only one whose cultivation base was below the refined saint stage who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. At this moment, the disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage present on the scene looked at Lu Jian enviously. Apart from Zhao Ji, who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, among the intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the Saint Martial secret zone, apart from Wang Fei Xian, there were 2 others who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. Gao Peng was the only one who did not obtain a medium-grade divine ability like Zhao Ji. Naturally, he was slightly stronger than Zhao Ji and obtained 3 low-grade divine abilities. On the other hand, there were a few other early refined saint stage powerhouses who obtained a medium-grade divine ability as well. This result caused Gao Peng and Zhao Ji's expression to turn grave. No matter what, some people were happy about this trip to the Saint Martial secret zone while others were sad. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was, naturally, happy. Until the moment Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, ordered everyone to leave, he did not say anything about wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the news that was spread out by the others has made the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion dismiss the idea of taking me in as his disciple. This is good as well since I won't be staying in the mystical sky mansion for long anyway. However, if I manage to master the divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial in the future, I'll find a chance to teach them to the mystical sky mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Thank you, senior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. The three of them had not gone far when Lu Jian caught up to them and thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian would not have helped him obtain the medium-grade divine ability. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Elder Lu Hongguang from the Raging Wave Mansion. Also, please tell Elder Lu Hongguang that Li Feng did not intentionally stand him up that day. He just happened to have something to do, Duan Lingtian said. I'll definitely tell him. Lu Jian quickly nodded before he bade farewell and left, no longer bothering Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, you're really unlucky. Although you've come across 2 high-grade divine ability relics, it's impossible to pass one of them. The other one has a divine ability that's not suitable for a male martial cultivator. On the way, Gu Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Gu Li's sigh. When Gu Li heard this, he thought Duan Lingtian had accepted his fate. However, when Wang Fei Xian heard this, it had a different meaning. This was because she knew Duan Lingtian had obtained a high-grade sword-type offensive divine ability. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud explosion resonated in the sky. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other 2 so much that they came to a halt. Following that, a sinister voice resonated in the air and spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. I'm Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. I'm passing by the mystical sky mansion to meet the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian. Little brother Ling Tian, please come out and meet me. The deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Feng Bui. A commotion instantly broke out in the mystical sky mansion. He's looking for me? Chapter 1794. It's actually Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. He's the right-hand man of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader. It's said that his strength is not inferior to our mystical sky mansion's 2 great guardians. Feng Bui did not bother to conceal his voice. It spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. Almost all of the mystical sky mansion's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation heard his voice. Is he here for Ling Tian? It seems like Ling Tian's innate talent has already alerted the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui, has personally come to poach him. Ling Tian hasn't acknowledged anyone as his master in our mystical sky mansion yet. If Feng Bui poaches him away, it'll be a great loss to our mystical sky mansion. It's said that once Ling Tian has broken through to the eminent saint stage, he'll head to the upper province. He's currently a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He's only a step away from entering the eminent saint stage. Perhaps it was because of this that Lord Mansion Master, who originally wanted to take him as a disciple, didn't take action. That's right. With Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely be able to break through to the eminent saint stage in 1 or 2 years. He won't be staying in our mystical sky mansion for long. I'm afraid Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, has come in vain this time. If I were Ling Tian, I definitely wouldn't go to the Mountain Shade Black Market. After all, I'll be heading to the upper province soon. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Nobody thought Feng Bui would be able to poach Duan Lingtian to the Mountain Shade Black Market. The appearance of Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had, naturally, alerted the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Other than Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters who had just left and had yet to return to their respective places of cultivation soared up into the sky and flew toward the source of the voice. Deputy Chief Feng. Since Meng Qing was not present, The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters was, naturally, led by Zhu Luqi, who was also the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Zhu Luqi stood near Feng Bui and greeted him nonchalantly. Feng Bui was an old man dressed in black. He had a medium build and an ordinary face. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Feng Bui's grayish-white hair fluttered in the wind like snakes, giving off a sinister feeling. Humph! Feng Bui merely snorted indifferently when Zhu Luqi took the initiative to greet him. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at Zhu Luqi at all. I came to the Mystical Sky Mansion for little brother Ling Tian. Don't make a fuss in front of me if you have no business here. You, impudent! Facing Feng Bui's disregard, Zhu Luqi's face turned red. After a long while, he spat out 2 words. Impudent? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Feng Bui sneered. Then, without any movement, he vanished into thin air as though he had vanished into thin air. When the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Zhu Luqi, saw this, their expressions changed. Slap! Almost at the same time, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Feng Bui, who had appeared in front of Zhu Luqi, had raised his hand and slapped Zhu Luqi. Who do you think you are to speak to me in this manner? At the same time, Feng Bui's sinister voice resonated in the air. The dignified Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, the leader of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters, was slapped in public. Naturally, Zhu Luqi was enraged. He immediately made his move at lightning speed. A vast energy transformed into a palm print that shrouded Feng Bui, who was standing in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with Zhu Luqi's attack, Feng Bui's expression remained unchanged. He said disdainfully as he also struck his palm out to meet Zhu Luqi's palm. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the 2 palms collided with each other. 2 powerful forces collided and set off an earth-shattering explosion. It even caused the clouds in the surroundings to disperse, creating a vacuum. At once, the people who were originally hidden behind the clouds appeared before the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the ground. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he saw Feng Bui's palm strike head-on. His body trembled before he was sent flying out like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying out for 100 meters. On the other hand, Feng Bui stood in his original spot without moving at all. He's actually so strong. Zhu Luqi, whose internal organs were shaken, felt a sweetness in his throat. However, he endured it and did not throw up the blood. His dignity and pride made him unwilling to throw up the blood in front of so many people. When the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters saw this, they could not help but feel chills running up their spines. Their strength was slightly weaker than Zhu Luqi. Even Zhu Luqi was not a match for Feng Bui, let alone them. Due to this reason, although they were furious when they saw Zhu Luqi was injured, they did not dare to show it on their faces. As the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui was temperamental. He was capable of doing anything. None of them were willing to offend him for fear they would end up like Zhu Luqi. In your Mystical Sky Mansion, only Mansion Master Meng Qing and those 2 old fellows are quite strong. To put it bluntly, apart from the 3 of them, I, Feng Bui, really don't care about the others, including all of you. Feng Bui glanced at Zhu Luqi and the others disdainfully before he said indifferently, Alright, I'm not here to teach all of you a lesson. Go and summon that genius from your Mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian. I have something to ask of him. When Feng Bui reached the end of his sentence, it sounded as though he was ordering Zhu Luqi and the others. At this moment, apart from Zhu Luqi, who ignored him, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters looked at each other but did not say anything. What? None of you are willing to run this errand for me? Upon seeing this, Feng Bui narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, scaring the few Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. There's no need to trouble the few Vice Mansion Masters. I'm already here. Just when the atmosphere was heavy and on the verge of breaking out, a voice sounded. It was Duan Ling Tian, who was flying over from afar. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were standing next to him. "Master, are you all right?" Wang Fei Xian was the first to arrive next to Zhu Luqi. She asked with a concerned expression on her face. "I'm fine." Zhu Luqi shook his head. When he looked at Feng Bui again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Bui actually dared to teach him a lesson in front of the direct disciple he had just accepted, causing him to lose all his face. At Zhu Luqi's age, he valued his face more than anything else. Feng Bui's actions earlier made him feel even worse than killing him. However, currently, Feng Bui did not even look at Zhu Luqi. He completely ignored Zhu Luqi. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed as he said condescendingly, "You're Lingtian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion?" "I don't dare to say I'm the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, but I'm indeed Lingtian," Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. The strength Feng Bui had displayed earlier had taken him by surprise. He did not expect the vice leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market to be so powerful. However, he was extremely calm when he faced Feng Bui. Although Feng Bui was powerful, he was nothing in front of Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao could be considered as a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian was able to remain calm when he faced Hualao, let alone a mere vice leader of a Debussy subterranean force. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel pressured at all. "Lingtian, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here on the orders of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader, Lord Dugu. Lord Dugu intends to invite you to join our Mountain Shade Black Market. If you can prove your worth, Lord Dugu is willing to accept you as his direct disciple." A hint of admiration could be seen in Feng Bui's eyes when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was in front of him. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Feng Bui's words. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market? Inviting him to join the Mountain Shade Black Market? Since when was he so popular? Zhu Luqi and the others were shocked as well. In the end, Feng Bui was only a messenger. The person who wanted to poach their mystical sky mansion's disciple was actually the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean. The other strongest powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean was Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Most importantly, just like Duan Rufeng, Dugu was not very old. They still had a lot of room for growth in the future. In the Debussy subterranean, they could only be considered as passers-by. With their innate talent, it was only a matter of time before they went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to shine. However, although leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was young, he was a great deterrent to Zhu Luqi and the others. Due to this reason, when Feng Bui said he was here on leader Dugu's order, Zhu Luqi and the others remained silent. If they offended leader Dugu, even if they were in the Mystical Sky Mansion and had the protection of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it would be easy for him to kill them. Leader Dugu's strength was originally above the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Coupled with the fact that he was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, he was skilled in assassination. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Deputy Leader Feng, I'm sorry. Please help me tell Master Dugu that I have no intention of joining the Mountain Shade Black Market since I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. Moreover, I already have a master. I'll leave the lower province in 2 to 3 years to look for my master in the upper province." Duan Lingtian politely declined Feng Bui's invitation. Even Feng Bui did not expect the young man before him would reject him so directly. He had said he was here on the order of leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Was this brat not afraid he would offend the Mountain Shade Black Market and be killed? Feng Bui did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at the end. This was because he had heard a lot about Duan Lingtian from the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples in the past 2 months. Chapter 1795. After learning that this young man's master was a powerhouse from the upper province, even Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had to be cautious. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. since this Ling Tian will leave the mystical sky mansion and the lower province in 3 years, he's not a threat to our mountain shade black market. The moment Feng Bui thought of this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before leaving. According to the mountain shade black market's leader's order, if this Ling Tian was unwilling to join the mountain shade black market, he would have to kill him to prevent future troubles. However, the situation was different now. He did not dare to make the decision himself. After all, it seemed like this Ling Tian had a master who was a powerhouse from the upper province. Due to this reason, he would have to report this matter to the mountain shade black market's leader before he could decide whether to kill this Ling Tian or not. When they saw Feng Bui leaving just like that, apart from Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, whose expression was still grave, the other mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters sighed in relief and left one after another, returning to their respective cultivation places. Before Zhao Deng left, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with killing intent from the corner of his eyes. "Junior brother Lingtian, you've offended the Zhao clan. You must be careful in the future. If there's nothing important, try not to go out. Even if you want to go out, you must inform me first. I'll go with you. With me around, I don't think they'll dare to do anything to you so openly," Gu Li reminded Duan Lingtian when he noticed Zhao Deng's gaze. At the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian to bring him along when he went out in the future. "All right." Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Although he had not known Gu Li for long, due to their similar personalities, they had become good friends. The appearance of Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, was merely a small interlude after the Saint Martial secret zone closed. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples quickly shifted their attention away. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, news of the gains of the 30 people who entered the Saint Martial secret zone began to spread like wildfire. Wang Fei Xian, the only person who obtained a high-grade divine ability, attracted a lot of attention. Who would have thought that Wang Fei Xian would obtain a high-grade divine ability? Ling Tian, whom I had high hopes for, didn't obtain a high-grade divine ability. Many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples sighed emotionally. In their eyes, Wang Fei Xian was like a dark horse who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, she had even become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. Her future achievements were limitless. After parting ways with Gu Li and returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian didn't see Wang Fei Xian for several consecutive days. Wang Fei Xian also didn't come looking for him as often as before. "It seems that she's been quite busy recently." Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Wang Fei Xian was no longer the person she used to be. Not only did she obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, but she had also become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. However, it's strange. I used to feel annoyed when she came looking for me in the past. Now that she doesn't come looking for me, I'm not used to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to his room, preparing to enter closed-door cultivation for a period of time. He had rested enough for the past few days. After I'm done with my closed-door cultivation, I'll look for Senior Brother Gu Li and ask him to help me look for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I'm sure they've already settled the matter in the Rising Sky Mansion. The reason he did not mention this matter to Gu Li was because he knew Gu Li was going to the Rising Sky Mansion with Guardian Gu. At that time, even the Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Deng, and his father, the other guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, would have to go as well. Moreover, the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, would personally go as well. They were not going to the Rising Sky Mansion as guests. Instead, they were going for the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique in the hands of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Initially, I was thinking of killing Su Jing after he recovers to prevent future troubles. However, it seems like he won't be able to live until then. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not think Su Jing would be able to survive. As long as the Mystical Sky Mansion obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing, he would lose his value and would not be able to survive. As for whether the mystical sky mansion would be able to obtain it or not, he had never considered this question. Even the mansion master, Meng Qing, had personally made a move. If he could not even take down a fourth-rate force, then the mystical sky mansion would not deserve to be called a quasi-third-rate force. Perhaps, the mystical sky mansion was not as powerful as the mountain-shade black market or the azure cloud mansion, but it was not something a mere fourth-rate force could compare to. Hualao! After closing the door and entering the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian immediately looked for Hualao and asked him about the grade of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What grade is the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability that you taught me earlier? How does it compare to the divine abilities in this world? Currently, other than the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability, he had also obtained many other divine abilities. Naturally, most of them were low-grade divine abilities. There were only 3 divine abilities that were not low-grade. The 3 divine abilities were the intermediate divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic, and the otherworldly celestial. Among the 3 divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic was, naturally, the most powerful. The second most powerful was the otherworldly celestial, followed by the 6 harmonies golden body. If I want to compare it with the divine abilities in this world, I must first understand the divine abilities here before I can compare them, Hualao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was about to tell Duan Lingtian about the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. However, as soon as he mentioned the elementary devouring tactic, Hualao could not help but stare at him and interrupt him. Are you sure the divine ability you obtained is the elementary devouring tactic? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not know why Hualao had lost his composure. Could there be something wrong? Describe the elementary devouring tactic you obtained. Hualao took a deep breath before he asked slowly. Duan Lingtian suppressed the curiosity in his heart for the time being and explained everything he knew about the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without leaving anything out. It's really the elementary devouring tactic. After listening to Duan Lingtian's description, Hualao remained silent for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up, startling Duan Lingtian. Hualao, why you seem to know about the elementary devouring tactic as well? The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability. Hualao looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly. In terms of grade, it's inferior to the Golden Crow's Wings I taught you. However, the Golden Crow's Wings that's superior to it is the Golden Crow's Wings that's mastered by the Golden Crow clan. In terms of grade, the Golden Crow's Wings that you mastered is, at most, on par with it. On par? Although Elder Hua was referring to the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, that he could master, Duan Lingtian was still shocked. Although he was not a 3-legged golden crow and could not unleash the full power of the Golden Crow's Wings, it was still a divine ability from the Devata realms. It was not something the divine abilities from the mundane realms could compare to. Yet now, he found out that in terms of quality, the elementary devour technique he obtained was actually not inferior to his Golden Crow's Wings. How could he not be shocked by this? How did you master the elementary devouring tactic? Hualao asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Hualao's question, Duan Lingtian immediately told Hualao about the abyssal swamp and his experience there. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic would be passed down in the mundane realm. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability even in the Devata realms. There are only a handful of people in the Devata realms who have mastered it. Hualao sighed emotionally. What? Although Duan Lingtian already knew the elementary devouring tactic was amazing, he was still shocked when he heard Hualao's words. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability in the Devata realms? Yes. Hualao nodded. The elementary devouring tactic is an extremely famous divine ability in the Devata realms. Apart from its amazing ability, it's also the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. One must master the elementary devouring tactic before cultivating or mastering the advanced devouring tactic. The advanced devouring tactic? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. There's an advanced devouring tactic? Of course. Hualao nodded again. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he said, "The advanced devouring tactic is a top divine ability in the Devata realms. The owner of that divine ability is an overlord in a Devata realm. That powerhouse's strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms." Gasp! As soon as Hualao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. The advanced devouring tactic was a top divine ability in the Devata realms? The owner of the advanced devouring tactic was an overlord in a Devata realm? His strength was ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms? Although there was not much information that Duan Lingtian needed to digest, every piece of information was shocking to him. They were all explosive information. Rumor has it that the elementary devouring tactic was derived from the advanced devouring tactic. The person who created the elementary devouring tactic is also that powerhouse. When that expert was mentioned, even Elder Hu could not help but feel deep respect for him. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic I obtained has such a shocking origin. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. However, it's all thanks to the Sun True origin that I obtained the elementary devouring tactic. I have to thank Hualao for this. If it wasn't for Hualao enlightening me and helping me produce the Sun True origin, I wouldn't have been able to pass the test in the Abyssal Swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao gratefully. The first few tests in the Abyssal Swamp were still manageable. As long as one was at the eminent saint stage or above, one should be able to pass them. However, even a powerhouse at the divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, or quintessential saint stage might not be able to pass the last test, let alone a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above. Chapter 1796. Until now, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength of the old man at the early refined saint stage during the final trial in the Abyssal Swamp, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator, he would not be a match for that old man even if his cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, in his opinion, the Sun True origin that Hualao had given him was the main reason he was able to pass the final trial in the Abyssal Swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao smiled faintly. "It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and meet me. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the inheritance from the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic this time. In the end, the Sun True origin has nothing to do with you being able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic. It's all because of your good fortune." Even Hualao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Duan Lingtian's good fortune. Back then, even among the people he knew in the Devata realms, there were not many people who could compare to Duan Lingtian in terms of good fortune. Naturally, Hualao did not take the initiative to mention this to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he told Duan Lingtian about this, it would only harm Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian took his fortuitous encounter seriously. However, if he did not, he would slack off because of his fortuitous encounter. In the end, even if he had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter, he would not have any great achievements. Good fortune was a person's luck, but it could not be relied on too much. Hualao had lived for so many years, and he had seen many similar tragedies. Naturally, he did not want Duan Lingtian to make the same mistake. Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard Hualao's words. When he thought about his journey, his luck was indeed not bad. Naturally, as someone whose soul had transmigrated from another world, Duan Lingtian was not complacent because of these fortuitous encounters. In his opinion, transmigrating from Earth to this world was the greatest fortuitous encounter he had in his life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, let alone obtain the fortuitous encounter later on. Duan Lingtian had a good attitude in this regard. Naturally, Elder Hu was unaware of this. That was why he did not dare to tell Duan Lingtian about this. "Elder Hu, after some time, I will start looking for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda." Duan Lingtian's cultivation in closed-door cultivation. When Duan Lingtian's next time, Guli, Duan Lingtian's realm, Duan Lingtian's sect returned Duanli Duan came return. Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation mainly to raise his cultivation base and further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, he had only comprehended the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow follow the heart. The Sovereign Heart Sword had a total of 5 stages. In the future, he still had a very, very long way to go. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansion's district, the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was facing a calamity. The Rising Sky Mansion was originally peaceful and quiet until their mansion master was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. Only then did it cause a huge commotion. The mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was the strongest powerhouse in the Rising Sky Mansion. In the entire Debussy subterranean, there were only a handful of powerhouses who could kill him without alerting others. Due to this reason, when the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and disciples discovered that their mansion master was killed, they panicked. Subsequently, a few more high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. In the end, almost all of the high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. Even some of the outstanding disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion who were killed all had one thing in common. All of them knew that their young mansion master, Su Jing, had obtained a top Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique. However, up until the moment they died, it did not cross their minds that the group of tiger-like powerhouses would come for the cultivation method that their young mansion master, Su Jing, cultivated. The people who killed them were none other than the group of high-ranking officials from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Among the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion who came, the weakest one was Guli. Naturally, Guli was only here to join in the fun. He followed his father, Gu Xiaoyun, and did not even have the chance to make a move from the beginning until the end. Apart from Guli, the weakest among the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion was a Vice Mansion Master. Due to this reason, they were able to annihilate the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion in one fell swoop before most of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion could even react. Has everything been cleaned up? In the sky above the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, a group of people flew over from all directions. They were the group of high-ranking officials from the Mystical Sky Mansion. The person who spoke was none other than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. Mansion Master, the east side has been cleaned up. Gu Xiaoyun, who was standing next to Guli, said. The west side has been cleaned up as well. The old man standing next to Zhao Deng said. This old man was Zhao Deng's father, the other guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of strength, he was on par with Gu Xiaoyun. He was only inferior to Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, the south side has been cleaned up. The 4 great palace masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion led by Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had also arrived. Zhu Luqi reported to Meng Qing respectfully. As for the other vice mansion masters, they followed Meng Qing and were in charge of cleaning up the north side of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. After all, this matter had to be done secretly. Since it was related to a top Devil Dao cultivation method, even the mountain-shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion would be tempted. Very good. Meng Qing nodded in satisfaction. I've already moved Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to a secret place. Since we've cleaned up everything, we can return now. However, based on Su Jing's condition, if we use the soul-searching secret tactic now, I'm afraid his soul won't be able to withstand it. For this reason, we'll have to bring him back and imprison him for a period of time. Meng Qing added. Previously, he used the soul congregation technique, causing his soul to disperse. He'll need at least a few years to fully recover. However, if we want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, we'll have to wait for his soul to recover for another year or so. Otherwise, with his current condition, I'm afraid his soul will disperse completely before we can extract the Devil Dao cultivation method from his soul. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. Then, we'll wait for another year or so. I hope the devil Dao cultivation method he obtained isn't a heartless one. In that case, with that cultivation method, our mystical sky mansion's position in the WCI subterranean will definitely rise to a higher level. The eyes of the old man next to Zhao Deng, the other guardian of mystical sky mansion, gleamed. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with excitement. The moment his words left his mouth, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, lost his composure, let alone the others. In the WCI subterranean, the mystical sky mansion was one of the quasi-third-rate forces. In the eyes of ordinary people, the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the WCI subterranean. However, only those who stood in the upper echelons of the WCI subterranean knew that although the mystical sky mansion was a quasi-third-rate force, it was still lacking compared to the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion that were also quasi-third-rate forces. Lord Mansion Master. At this moment, Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, said hesitantly, breaking the good atmosphere. At once, most people, including Meng Qing, shifted their attention to Qian Pingxing. What's wrong? Meng Qing was puzzled. There might be a fish that slipped through the net. Qian Pingxing smiled wryly. A fish that slipped through the net. The moment Qian Pingxing's words left his mouth, everyone, including Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Earth Palace, and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace, could not help but have a change in expression. Didn't Palace Master Zhu say earlier that we've cleaned everything up? Before Meng Qing could speak, Zhao Jin had already looked at Qian Pingxing and asked in an interrogative tone. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Zhu Luqi looked at Qian Pingxing. His expression was extremely grave as well. Qian Pingxing did not mention this to him earlier. Senior brother Zhu, didn't Su Jing have a follower? We didn't notice that follower at all, right? Qian Pingxing asked as he looked at Zhu Luqi. Su Jing's hunchbacked follower? Upon hearing this, Zhu Luqi's frown eased up. He's only Su Jing's follower. It's impossible for him to know that Su Jing has obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Moreover, when we were cleaning up, we didn't hear anyone mention that he knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method at all. Those people are all proud and arrogant. Perhaps they didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. Qian Pingxing shook his head. Initially, I didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. However, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. I heard that 1 year before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It's suspected that he had left with Su Jing. If he left then... Before Qian Pingxing could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Xiaoyun, who had a grave expression on his face. A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple in the area that I'm in charge of mentioned that Su Jing's follower appeared at the Rising Sky ranking battle with Su Jing. After that, he even returned with Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Apart from that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, nobody mentioned him at all. I think they didn't care about him at all. After all, his position in the Rising Sky Mansion is extremely low. However, if he was by Su Jing's side when he left, he must have known about the Devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Xiaoyun reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. Someone in the area that I was in charge of also mentioned Su Jing's follower. However, he was in the area that Palace Master Zhu was in charge of, so I didn't ask about it. Initially, I thought Palace Master Zhu would deal with him. However, it did not cross my mind that he would be the fish that escaped the net. Zhao Jin looked at Zhu Luqi with a reprimanding expression on his face. What? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the only fish that escaped the net had escaped from under his watch. Lord Mansion Master, although we didn't know that Su Jing's follower knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method, we did look for him, but we couldn't find him. Chapter 1797. Qian Pingxing's words were an excuse for Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters. Previously, when they were searching the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, He was the only one among them who had purposely looked for Su Jing's follower in an attempt to find him. For this reason, Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters had even advised him to forget about it if he did not manage to find him. An insignificant follower would definitely not know about the devil Dao cultivation method. For this reason, the moment Qian Pingxing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Earth Palace, and the palace master of Mystical Palace looked at him gratefully. Since Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, it could not be said that he had escaped from under their noses. Since he's not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have no idea about what happened here. In that case, let's look for him ourselves and kill him to prevent future trouble, Meng Qing said as his eyes gleamed sharply. Due to the discovery of the fish that had escaped the net, the group of people who were about to return to the Mystical Sky Mansion had to put their trip on hold. Nobody had any complaints about this. All of them wanted to find the fish that had escaped the net and kill him to prevent future trouble. In fact, this was not a joke. If news of this spread out, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was a heartless devil Dao cultivation method, nobody would be worried that the Mystical Sky Mansion would risk universal condemnation to cultivate such a devil Dao cultivation method. However, if the devil Dao cultivation method was an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method, it would definitely attract many people's attention. Naturally, in the WCI subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces would dare to covet the Mystical Sky Mansion's cultivation method. The other forces would not be so bold. Instead of saying they did not have the courage, it was more accurate to say they did not have the strength. In the WCI subterranean, the Mystical Sky Mansion was not afraid of the other quasi-third-rate forces. However, the Mystical Sky Mansion had to be wary of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If those two forces came together to ask for the Devil Path cultivation method, they really couldn't refuse. Apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion was even more wary of the powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the powerhouses from the upper province rarely came to the lower province, no matter how few of them came, they would still be able to spread the news to the upper province. Even the experts of the upper province would be interested in the demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained the soul congregation technique. Due to this reason, the Mystical Sky Mansion did not allow news about top devil Dao cultivation methods to spread. According to the Rising Sky Mansion's servant who knows Su Jing's sidekick, if Su Jing isn't in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have gone home to visit his family. Soon after, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials confirmed this news. At the same time, they also found out where Su Jing's lackey's home was. It was in a small town called Camel Peak Town that was 1,000 miles south of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Camel Peak Town was a very special town. Almost all of the residents of Camel Peak Town were born with a hunchback. Su Jing's sidekick with a hunchback was a native of Camel Peak Town. Not only that, but he was also a genius martial cultivator that everyone in Camel Peak Town knew about. Naturally, he was only a genius martial cultivator in the eyes of the people in Camel Peak Town since there were rarely any big shots in Camel Peak Town. You're here to look for Rong Fan? Rong Fan is the pride of our Camel Peak Town. He's also the person with the best reputation in the history of our Camel Peak Town. Do you know the Rising Sky Mansion? It's that fourth-rate force where Rong Fan is currently staying. When the residents of Camel Peak Town heard that the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion were here to look for Rong Fan, all of them were very enthusiastic. Naturally, the people who appeared were not the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Instead, they were ordinary disciples from the Mystical Sky Mansion's outposts nearby. Even if someone remembered their faces, nobody would recognize them. Old man, I'm from the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm here this time because I have an urgent matter to look for Rong Fan. Is he in town? A young disciple from the Mystical Sky Mansion asked an elderly resident of Camel Peak Town with an anxious expression on his face. It seemed as though he really had an urgent matter. Rong Fan has returned some time ago. It's said that he'll be staying at home for some time. His house is in the east of our Camel Peak Town. The biggest house is his house. When the elderly resident of Camel Peak Town mentioned Rong Fan, his face was filled with pride. As someone from the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, Rong Fan had always been the pride of the entire Camel Peak Town. The East. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who came to Camel Peak Town found out where Rong Fan's house was located one after another. After informing the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials in secret, they went to Rong Fan's house. Ah, you're all Rising Sky Mansion's disciples? After the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples reported their fake identities, Rong Fan's parents were very enthusiastic and welcomed them in. Little Fan must have caused a lot of trouble for all of you. If he has done anything wrong in the past, both of us will apologize to all of you. Although Rong Fan's parents had a cultivation base, they were only ordinary martial cultivators. When they found out that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, they were instantly terrified. Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to be nervous. We came to look for Rong Fan because Lord Mansion Master asked us to. The young Mansion Master has already woken up, and we need him to hurry back and serve him. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples said vigilantly. The young Mansion Master has woken up? Perhaps, the outsiders thought that the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead. However, as Rong Fan's parents, they naturally knew that the young Mansion Master their sons served was not dead. In the entire Camel Peak Town, only they knew about this. Rong Fan had also sternly reminded them not to spread this news. Due to this reason, when they heard the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple mention this matter, they were completely certain that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. Little Fan went out early in the morning, and I reckon he'll only be back in the evening. As for where he went, we don't know either. Why don't all of you wait at home? Rong Fan's parents suggested. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples looked at each other. At the same time, they were reminded by the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were hiding in the dark, so they nodded in agreement. He went out? Soon after, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, and the others who were hiding outside the town also learned about this news. Quickly seal off the town. Also, search the town thoroughly. If you find any townsfolk, knock them out immediately so that they won't alert you when they see Rong Fan. Meng Qing decisively gave his order. If they wanted to find Rong Fan, they had to be extremely meticulous. However, it was still too late for Meng Qing to find out that Rong Fan was not in Camel Peak Town. Many townsfolk who had left earlier had already gone far away. Although the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were searching the surroundings thoroughly, there were still 1 or 2 fish that escaped the net. Rong Fan! Several hundred miles away from Camel Peak Town, a townsfolk with a high cultivation base saw Rong Fan and went up to him with a smile. Rong Hong? When Rong Fan saw him, he grinned. Why? Where are you going? I'm going to Southern Tablet City. You must have just returned from there, right? Rong Hong answered Rong Fan before he asked with a smile. Yes. Rong Fan nodded. I bought some things for my parents. Hee hee. Rong Fan, you're really doing well. Initially, I thought your position in the Rising Sky Mansion would drop day by day after the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion was killed. I didn't expect someone from the Rising Sky Mansion would personally come to town to look for you. Rong Hong chuckled. What? When Rong Fan heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to look for me? When Rong Fan heard this news, his first thought was that it was impossible. Previously, when he was following the young Mansion Master in the Rising Sky Mansion, although his position was not high, it was not low either. Many people still flattered him. However, ever since the young Mansion Master's soul dissipated, most people thought he was dead. His days had not been easy, and those who flattered him no longer paid any attention to him. As for those who knew the young Mansion Master was still alive, they had a high status in the Rising Sky Mansion. Before the young Mansion Master died, they had already looked down on him. It was impossible for them to come to Camel Peak Town to look for him. Due to this reason, when he heard Rong Fan said someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to Camel Peak Town to look for him, he found it hard to believe. Who are the people who came? Did he say anything? For some reason, Rong Fan was slightly flustered. Perhaps it was because he was flattered, or perhaps it was because of something else. He didn't say anything. However, it seems like 5 people came looking for you, Rong Hong replied. Yes. 5 people? Horror dawned on Rong Fan's face. 5 people who claimed to be from the Rising Sky Mansion came looking for him? At this moment, if he still could not see that something was amiss, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Put aside the fact that most people thought the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead, even if the young mansion master was still alive, it was impossible for so many Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to come looking for him. There must be something fishy about this. What? Is there something wrong? Rong Hong was stunned when he saw the horror on Rong Fan's face. When he regained his senses, he could not help but ask. Nothing. Rong Fan shook his head. Then, he looked at Rong Hong solemnly. Rong Hong, don't tell anyone that you've seen me today, especially those who claim to be from the Rising Sky Mansion. Remember! You must remember this. After he finished speaking, Rong Fan left without even turning his head back. Naturally, he did not return to Camel Peak Town. Instead, he made his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because he felt something was amiss. When he arrived near the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, Rong Fan could feel the atmosphere in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate was a little off. Although he could not see anything from the outside, due to Rong Hong's warning earlier, he could not help but feel a little suspicious. Let's hide first. Rong Fan waited patiently outside the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. He needed to confirm something. Huh! After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, an unfamiliar yet familiar figure appeared in Rong Fan's field of vision. Isn't this person Zhao Ji from the Mystical Sky Mansion? Chapter 1798. Although Rong Fan was an insignificant person in the Rising Sky Mansion, the person he followed was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had a wide range of contacts. About 5 years ago, when he followed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, out, he had met Zhao Ji from the Mystical Sky Mansion. According to his young mansion master, Zhao Ji was the strongest person among the 2nd generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had memorized Zhao Ji's appearance in his mind. That person was someone even his young mansion master did not dare to offend. Today, when he saw Zhao Ji for the first time, he did not recognize him at all. All he felt was a sense of familiarity. After recalling for a while, he finally recognized Zhao Ji. As for the 2 people following behind Zhao Ji, he did not know them nor did he have any impression of them. According to the young mansion master, Zhao Ji is the only son of the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng. Moreover, his grandfather is one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Rong Fan's heart jolted when he recalled what Su Jing had told him. The 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion were only second to the mansion master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. They were not any weaker than the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, why is Zhao Ji here in our Rising Sky Mansion? Rong Fan was puzzled when he saw Zhao Ji making his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. As far as he knew, the Rising Sky Mansion and the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have any relationship at all. Why would Zhao Ji, the strongest person among the 2nd generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, come to the Rising Sky Mansion? While Rong Fan was still puzzled, a figure appeared out of thin air in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It was a middle-aged man. His features were similar to Zhao Ji's. This person. Could he be Zhao Ji's father? The vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng? It was no wonder Rong Fan would make such a guess. This middle-aged man looked very similar to Zhao Ji. The middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Deng. Jier, why are you here? Zhao Deng asked with a frown as he descended from the sky and appeared in front of Zhao Ji and his 2 brothers. Didn't I ask you to wait for news at home? There was a hint of reproach in Zhao Deng's tone. Father, I saw that you haven't returned to your family for a long time, so I came to take a look. How is it? Did you get the devil path cultivation method? Zhao Ji asked anxiously as he stared at Zhao Deng with burning eyes. That devil Dao cultivation method can only be obtained through the soul-searching secret tactic after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered slightly. Zhao Deng shook his head. When this matter is over, we'll bring him back to the mystical Sky Mansion. Yes. Zhao Ji nodded, and then he asked in confusion. Father, why did you take so long? It was precisely because Zhao Deng had not returned that Zhao Ji decided to come here on his own accord. He wanted to know the exact situation. He was also eager to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion cultivated. Once he obtained it, his strength would increase rapidly. At that time, even Ling Tian would not be his match. He wanted to take back all the glory that Ling Tian had stolen from him. Something has happened. There's still no news about the lackey next to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the prefecture lord and your grandfather have already gone to that lackey's house. They should be able to find him, Zhao Deng said. A lackey shouldn't know that Su Jing has cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Zhao Ji frowned. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by going through so much trouble for a lackey? That lackey is not an ordinary lackey. When Su Jing obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, he might have been beside him. At that time, he must have followed Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle as well, Zhao Deng said solemnly. Due to this reason, if he doesn't die, our mystical Sky Mansion's operation this time will definitely cause trouble. With the Lord Mansion Master and Grandfather making the move, he'll definitely die, Zhao Ji said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Ji, you should go back. If Lord Mansion Master finds out that you're here, he'll definitely reprimand you, Zhao Deng said in a deep voice as he looked at Zhao Ji. Isn't Gu Li here as well? Zhao Ji frowned, slightly unconvinced. As Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, naturally, could hear the unwillingness in Zhao Ji's voice. He immediately shook his head and said, Don't be unconvinced about this matter. Apart from Ling Tian's contribution, Gu Li's contribution is even more important. Even if we put this aside, in terms of strength, you're still far from being Gu Li's match. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disappointment could be heard in his tone. If you're so free, why don't you cultivate in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, let alone Gu Li, you'll never be a match for Ling Tian. Ling Tian! Zhao Ji's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He won't live for long. Bai Ju Hei Tu, bring him back, Zhao Deng ordered as he looked at the two people behind Zhao Ji. The two people who came with Zhao Ji were none other than the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tuesday. They were also the two people who wanted to make a move on Duan Lingtian at the peak of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. At that time, due to Gu Li's appearance, they had dismissed the idea of making a move on Duan Lingtian. Yes, master! Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tu were Zhao Deng's direct disciples. When they heard Zhao Deng's order, they responded respectfully before looking at Zhao Ji in unison. Little junior brother, listen to master. Let's go back. Although Zhao Ji wanted to stay and join in the fun, he had no choice but to leave unwillingly since Zhao Deng did not allow it. After Zhao Ji and the other two left, Zhao Deng also returned to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Something seems to be amiss. Roan Fan, who was hiding in the distance, could not hear what Zhao Deng and Zhao Ji were talking about because he was far away. However, he still felt something was amiss. This Zhao Deng is the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Why did he come to our Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Roan Fan took a deep breath and made up his mind. To be safe, I can't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for now. I'll go back and have a look after Zhao Deng has left. The moment Roan Fan thought of this, he found a secluded place nearby and hid. At the same time, he did not forget to monitor the route that one would have to take to return to the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. In Camel Peak Town, the group of high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing had stayed there for an entire month. However, they still did not find any clues about Rong Fan. Rong Fan did not return that night as his parents had said. It was as though he had completely disappeared. Now, we're certain Rong Fan must have found out about something. I'm sure he's already suspicious of those few disciples' identities. Gu Xiaoyun, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion, said with a grave expression. That day, although our men had gone to chase after those who left Camel Peak Town, there were still 7 people we couldn't catch up to. Among those 7 people, someone must have seen Rong Fan and told him about what happened in Camel Peak Town. The other guardian, Zhao Jing, also said in a deep voice. Guardians, both of you personally go and capture those 7 people. Ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove whether they've seen Rong Fan or not, Meng Qing said. He also felt that the key to this matter was most likely those 7 people. With Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin making a move, the truth soon came to light. Lord Mansion Master. When Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin returned, they brought a person with them. This person was none other than Rong Hong, who had met Rong Fan before. When Rong Fan was brought over, his entire body was trembling. The strength of the 2 old men next to him made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. Without any movement, just their aura alone was enough to suffocate him. If the 2 of them did not show mercy, he would have suffocated to death. Lord Mansion Master, we've brought him here. When he heard the 2 old men next to him calling the middle-aged man nearby Lord Mansion Master, his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Lord Mansion Master? Could it be that this person was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion actually came here personally for Rong Fan? Damn Rong Fan! What kind of trouble did you get into? Even the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion personally came here. That's right. When Rong Fan left after meeting me for the last time, it was obvious that there was something wrong with his expression. It seems like he was already thinking of running for his life at that time. No wonder I haven't seen him for almost a month. The moment Rong Hong thought of this, his expression turned grave. He had kept Rong Fan's secret, but he did not expect he would be dragged into this as well. Lord Mansion Master! When Rong Hong guessed the person in front of him was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he immediately kneeled on the ground as his entire body trembled. I didn't know Rong Fan had committed a crime, that's why I did such a foolish thing. At this moment, Meng Qing also learned about Rong Fan's departure from the 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. He left in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Meng Qing looked at Rong Hong and asked for confirmation. Yes. Rong Hong quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He did not dare to hesitate at all. When Zhao Jin saw Rong Hong had lost his value, he directly killed him with just a lift of his hand. Palace Master Qian, you'll lead 2 disciples to guard this place for now. If Rong Fan returns, you must kill him immediately. At the same time, Meng Qing looked at Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, and ordered. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Qian Pingxing accepted the order. As for the others, follow me back to the Rising Sky Mansion. However, I'm guessing Rong Fan did not return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Otherwise, our people guarding the estate would have already reported about Rong Fan's matter. At this moment, even Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a grave expression on his face. Although the fish that had escaped the net was insignificant, if news of this spread out, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely face a lot of trouble. Duan Lingtian only found out about this after Gu Li returned. Does this mean all of you did not manage to find Rong Fan before you returned? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Chapter 1799. It seems like Rong Fan is quite smart. To think he didn't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. However, I wonder if he's aware of what happened, Duan Lingtian said with a glint in his eyes. He had seen Rong Fan before. He was the hunchbacked young man who followed behind Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He was very inconspicuous. The reason Duan Lingtian remembered him was because he had a hunchback. As for his other features, he did not have any impression at all. I don't think he knows about it yet. Otherwise, the news would have spread before we came back, Gu Li said. Currently, Zhao Ding and his son are personally guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Anyone who enters the Rising Sky Mansion's estate can only enter and not leave. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the news of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and elite disciples being killed spreading out for the time being. If news of this spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will be removed from the fourth-rate force. However, paper can't keep fire forever. What's Lord Mansion Master's plan in the future? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to Lord Mansion Master's plan, he'll let Lord Zhao Ding and his son guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for a period of time before sending someone to replace them. This will continue until the remnant soul of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic. Gu Li said. If the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll remove the people there. In that case, even if news of this spreads out, people will only say that the Rising Sky Mansion is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. However, if the Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll send someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate and Camel Peak Town until we find Rong Fan. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, although Duan Lingtian could understand Mansion Master Meng Qing's decision, he did not think highly of it. Even if the Devil Dao cultivation method was a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, and even if the Mystical Sky Mansion constantly sent someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, something would still happen in the end. Paper can't keep fire forever. It would be fine if the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion imprisoned ordinary people. However, the problem was, as a fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion was also under the jurisdiction of a quasi-third-rate force. Sooner or later, someone from the quasi-third-rate force would go to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Once someone from a quasi-third-rate faction was killed or imprisoned, the entire faction would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the Mystical Sky Mansion might not be able to hide the fact that the core force of the Rising Sky Mansion was almost annihilated. Of course, putting aside that quasi-third-rate force, Duan Lingtian also felt that it wouldn't be long before the truth came out. After all, any normal person would be careless to guard and monitor a place at all times. No one could be absolutely safe. However, although Duan Lingtian did not think highly of Mansion Master Meng Qing's actions, he did not say much. After all, this matter did not have much to do with him. As for the Devil Path cultivation method, whether it was a crazy Devil Path cultivation method or a normal Devil Path cultivation method, he had no interest in it. This was because he had never thought of cultivating a Devil Path cultivation method and becoming a Devil cultivator. After I nurtured the Sun True Origin in my body, I haven't used the Devil Seal tablet yet. With the strength of the Sun True Origin that's comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse, I should be able to kill all Devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage if I use the Devil Seal tablet now. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. In fact, there were only a handful of powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above even in the Mystical Sky Mansion. At the very least, according to the news he obtained, there were only 3 people who had entered the exemplary saint stage in the Mystical Sky Mansion. They were Mansion Master Meng Qing and the 2 guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, Gu Xiaiyun and Zhao Jing. Senior brother Gu Li, you're the son of Guardian Gu. You should know his current cultivation base, right? I heard Guardian Gu is an exemplary saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Li from the corner of his eyes, he recalled Gu Li was the son of Guardian Gu. He must know about Guardian Gu's cultivation base. Yes. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Gu Li did not conceal anything and replied bluntly. My father's cultivation base has already broken through to the early exemplary saint stage a long time ago. It's the same as Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin is also at the early exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. According to my father, there are only 4 exemplary saint stage powerhouses in the mystical sky mansion. Among them, Lord Mansion Master is the strongest. He and that old fellow from Zhao clan are the weakest. 4 exemplary saint stage powerhouses? The 2 great guardians are the weakest? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Apart from the Mansion Master, there's another one, make a guess. Gu Li smiled. When Duan Lingtian saw the mischievous smile in Gu Li's eyes, a thought flashed in his mind as he thought of someone. Don't tell me it's the guardian of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool? Senior brother Gu Li, your Grand Master? That's right. Gu Li nodded before he sighed. It's all because of Grand Master's bad luck. Back then, he was severely injured, causing his cultivation base to stagnate. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have reached the quintessential saint stage a long time ago. Grand Master should have been wandering and cultivating in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, due to his injuries, he had no choice but to stay in the lower province. Isn't the upper province a place where powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can go? With senior strength, I'm afraid you can go to the upper province whenever you want, right? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Indeed. Gu Li nodded before a wry smile appeared on his face. Although that's the case, Grand Master is a genius in the martial Dao in his generation. He's unwilling to see his seniors and juniors who were weaker than him surpass him one by one. Due to his pride, he chose to stay in the lower province and be an inconspicuous guardian of the spirit pool. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, it was understandable. Senior brother Gu Li, is there anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked the question that had been bothering him. Yes. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gu Li gave him a definite answer. Yes? However, as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the quasi-third-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Logically speaking, although exemplary saint stage powerhouses don't live forever, it shouldn't be a problem for them to live for 1,000 or 2,000 years. After living for so long, there must be someone who has broken through to the quintessential saint stage, right? Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Indeed there are, but they're not in the quasi-third-rate forces. Gu Li continued to say. Apart from those reclusive powerhouses, the only quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean are the Watchers who guard the passage between the upper and lower province. Watchers? Duan Lingtian frowned. What's that? The Watchers are quintessential saint stage powerhouses from first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their duty is to watch over the lower province. Once a quintessential saint stage powerhouse appears in the lower province, they must go to the upper province. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse dares to cause a commotion in the lower province, the Watchers will consider how to punish the quintessential saint stage powerhouse based on the severity of the matter. Gu Li said with a hint of dread on his face. There was once a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who had broken through to the quintessential saint stage and wanted to unify the lower province with his powerful strength. Guess what happened to him in the end? What happened? Duan Lingtian asked with a tone that contained slight curiosity. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse was ambitious enough, they could unify the lower province. He's dead. He was killed by the Watchers, Gu Li said. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Gu Li's words. A quintessential saint stage powerhouse was killed? The one who killed him was the Watchers? According to the rules set by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, once a quintessential saint stage martial or Dao cultivator appears in the lower province, they must leave the lower province to avoid disturbing the balance in the lower province. Naturally, quintessential saint stage powerhouses can choose to stay in the lower province, but they're not allowed to make a move. Once they make a move, the Watchers will kill them. Due to this reason, almost all of those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage in the Debussy subterranean would choose to leave. Although the lower province is good, it's useless if they can't make a move no matter how strong their cultivation base is. Only the upper province is their stage. Guli said a lot in one breath, allowing Duan Lingtian to learn some things that he did not know in the past. These were not recorded in the books that he had read. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are really meddlesome. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. It's said that the three great forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the three great sects, have jointly given the order. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are only following orders. Guli said. The three great sects. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Zoroastrianism was one of the three great sections. His fiancée was taken away by someone from Zoroastrianism. However, Duan Lingtian's agitated emotions were quickly suppressed by him, and he regained his composure. No wonder there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean. As it turns out, there's a watcher watching over them to prevent quintessential saint stage powerhouses from acting recklessly in the lower province. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Currently, the strongest people in the Debussy subterranean should be the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Guli nodded. According to my father, the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Most importantly, both of them are devil cultivators. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators with the same cultivation base. When they break through to the quintessential saint stage, they won't be able to fight anymore. At that time, I'm afraid the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion will have a hard time, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not that easy to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Chapter 1800. Moreover, even if they've really broken through to the quintessential saint stage, they're allowed to make a move under passive circumstances. For example, if they're guarding the forces they control, they're allowed to fight back as long as they're younger than 100 years old. Guli explained. This? Senior brother Guli, didn't you say quintessential saint stage powerhouses aren't allowed to make a move in the lower province? You didn't say they're allowed to fight back. Duan Lingtian was confused. He was even more confused about the rule of first-rate forces in the upper province against quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province. Indeed, ordinary quintessential saint stage powerhouses can't even fight back. However, there are exceptions. All quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 in the lower province are allowed to fight back. Apart from that, those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage below the age of 100 are usually recruited by the Watcher into the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guli continued to say, due to this reason, quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 have special privileges in the lower province. If they have a good relationship with the Watcher, even if they take the initiative to attack, the Watcher can turn a blind eye to it as long as it's not too much. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. It seemed like no matter where one was, having a good relationship would make a difference. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both below the age of 100? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also realized this problem. Yes. Guli nodded and said with a reverent expression on his face, no matter if it's the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them have a chance of entering the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. Such a monster is rare in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100? Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. Although he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100 or even 50, he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. However, the reason he was so confident was because he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The time flow on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was 5 times slower than the outside. And this was only the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Once the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was repaired, the flow of time inside would be 8 times slower than outside. 8 times slower, what kind of concept was that? In other words, 1 day outside was equivalent to 8 days on the 4th floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, according to Walao, the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the 3rd level. Once he repaired the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The sooner I repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the sooner I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage and comprehend the divine ability. At that time, I'll be able to protect myself even if I go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gu Li and changed the topic. Senior Gu Li, I have something I need your help with. Junior brother Lingtian, there's no need for formalities between us. Just tell me what you need. As long as I, Gu Li, am able to do it, I'll do it for you even if I have to go through fire and water, Gu Li said confidently. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched. He quickly said, You don't have to go through fire and water. I just need your help to look for some materials, Senior Brother Gu Li. If it's convenient for you, please refer me to Guardian Gu, Senior Brother Gu Li. With Guardian Gu's connections, I'm sure it'll be more efficient for him to help look for those materials. Junior Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Now come with me to see my old man. Even if he's in closed-door cultivation, I'll still call him out. Gu Li patted his chest and promised Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian quickly shook his head. Gu Li chuckled before he stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian. Junior Brother Lingtian, let's go. Come with me to see my old man. He came back with me, so I don't think he's in closed-door cultivation yet. Moreover, he's always wanted to see you, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Under Gu Li's lead, Duan Lingtian finally met Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan came out to welcome him, causing him to feel flattered. You're Lingtian? Indeed, you're a dragon among men. When Gu Xiaoyan saw Duan Lingtian, he was all smiles. He did not put on any airs that a guardian of mystical sky mansion should have. Come in and have a seat. The reason Gu Xiaoyan was so polite to Duan Lingtian was mainly because Duan Lingtian was his son's friend. In fact, his son did not have many friends in the entire mystical sky mansion. He only had one friend like Duan Lingtian whom he could confide in. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another reason was, naturally, Duan Lingtian had given his son a great merit. Discovering that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method was extremely important to the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, the Lord Mansion Master had even personally praised his son and promised many benefits to the Gu clan. Logically speaking, he had no reason to neglect Duan Lingtian. Guardian Gu, please. Although Duan Lingtian was flattered, he did not become arrogant. He still treated Gu Xiaoyan as a junior. When Gu Xiaoyan saw this, he felt very pleased. He felt his son had finally made a good friend. Naturally, he did not put on the airs of a dignified senior just because Duan Lingtian was a junior. From the beginning until the end, he warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian like a kind senior. Lingtian, you don't have to address me as Guardian Gu in private in the future. Since you're Lear's friend, you can just call me Uncle Gu. Gu Xiaoyan personally poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said to Duan Lingtian, Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian was not a pedantic person, so he did not refuse. However, his respect for Gu Xiaoyan grew. This was a senior who deserved respect. Father, Junior Brother Lingtian came with me this time not only to meet you, but also to ask for your help to look for some special materials. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian and Gu Xiaoyun being so polite to each other without bringing up the main topic, he felt anxious for them. Oh? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Xiaoyun looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Little Tian, what materials do you need Uncle Gu's help to look for? After a few exchanges, Gu Xiaoyun's way of addressing Duan Lingtian had changed. It had become much more intimate. Uncle Gu, the materials I need are all on this. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a piece of paper. There were many drawings of the shapes and appearances of the materials. There were even descriptions at the side. It was something he had prepared when he was in closed-door cultivation. Uncle Gu, please use your connections to help me look for these materials. How many saint stones do you need? Uncle Gu, just give me the number when the time comes. However, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li's expressions to turn slightly gloomy as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, he also realized he had said something wrong. As expected, Gu Li took the initiative to look at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Junior brother Lingtian, although we haven't known each other for long, we have a good relationship. In my heart, I've already treated you as a good friend who has known me for many years. Don't you think it's a little too strange for you to mention saint stones in front of me? Little Tian, Uncle Gu doesn't lack saint stones. To be honest, if you weren't a good friend of Lier, I might not help you even if you brought more saint stones. Gu Xiaoyun also expressed his opinion. Uncle Gu, senior brother Gu Li, this is my negligence. I was wrong. Duan Lingtian hurriedly apologized. He had already realized this earlier, but since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only take advantage of this opportunity to remedy the situation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li's expressions finally eased up. I'll make many copies of these materials and use my connections to look for them. However, I've never seen some of these materials before. Therefore, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to find all of them. Gu Xiaoyun looked at the blueprint in his hand again before he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian find all of these materials, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to find all of them because he did not recognize some of them. I understand. Just try your best, Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not expect Gu Xiaoyun to be able to help him find all of the materials. According to Walao, some of the materials were considered rare even in the Devata realms. After the matter of finding the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda came to an end, Duan Lingtian could finally calm down and cultivate. As for the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivated, he did not ask about it nor was he interested in asking about it. However, even if he was not interested in asking about it, it did not mean that others would feel the same way. 1 month later, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although this was the second time Duan Lingtian was meeting Meng Qing, the last time he met Meng Qing, there was a group of people around. However, he was alone today. It was completely different. Although it felt different, he was not afraid at all. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet Meng Qing, who was sitting in the main seat in the main hall. Just like before, he did not address him as Lord. Meng Qing did not make a fuss about this. He smiled and gestured for Duan Lingtian to take a seat. Then, he went straight to the point and said, Lingtian, you're the main reason why the Mystical Sky Mansion is able to find out about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the Soul Congregation technique. Mansion Master, this is the reason you called me here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Not entirely. Meng Qing shook his head before he continued to say, I heard that you've heard about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the Soul Congregation technique from your senior brother, Li Feng. Your senior brother, Li Feng, has already gone to the upper province to look for your master. Chapter 1801. Li Feng was Lingtian, and Lingtian was Li Feng. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, only Gu Li knew about this. Due to this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Meng Qing's words. I think so. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Meng Qing's question. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the reason Meng Qing looked for him. It must be because he was worried his master would take a liking to the devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Meng Qing did not know his master was just a figment of his imagination. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had to be careful when dealing with a powerhouse from the upper province. If that devil Dao cultivation method is a heartless devil Dao cultivation method, it's fine. However, if it's a normal devil Dao cultivation method, our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to share it with you and your master. Meng Qing's eyes gleamed as he told Duan Lingtian bluntly. Mansion master, Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Qing to say such a thing. He was stunned. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, Meng Qing interrupted him. It's decided then. After all, if it wasn't for you and your senior brother, our Mystical Sky Mansion wouldn't have obtained this devil Dao cultivation method. However, we haven't obtained this devil Dao cultivation method yet. We'll have to wait for a year or so for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion's remnant soul to recover a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic, Meng Qing added when he reached the end of his sentence. Mansion master, our master isn't interested in that devil Dao cultivation method at all. After Meng Qing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian finally chimed in. Not interested? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Meng Qing. That was a top devil Dao cultivation method. There was actually someone who was not interested in it. It seems like Lingtian's master is not a simple person even in the upper province. Meng Qing's heart trembled as he guessed. Mansion master, you can rest assured. Our sect has no intention of obtaining that devil Dao cultivation method. Moreover, I won't spread the news that the Mystical Sky Mansion has obtained that devil Dao cultivation method, Duan Lingtian added. When Meng Qing heard this, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before he finally said, No matter what, you've contributed greatly to the Mystical Sky Mansion this time, and the Mystical Sky Mansion is indebted to you. Originally, I planned to share the devil Dao cultivation method with your sect as a form of repayment. However, it did not cross my mind that your sect is not interested in the devil Dao cultivation method at all. In that case, the Mystical Sky Mansion and I will, naturally, have to repay you in other ways. After that, Meng Qing asked, Tell me, what do you want in return? Or perhaps, what do you want the Mystical Sky Mansion to do for you? Mansion master, if it's possible, I hope the Mystical Sky Mansion can help me look for some materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this was an opportunity to speed up the search for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, although Gu Xiaoyun had a wide network, it was still lacking compared to the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. If Mansion Master Meng Qing ordered the entire Mystical Sky Mansion to help him look for the materials, it would definitely be much more efficient. Materials? What materials? Meng Qing had a puzzled expression on his face. I've already drawn those materials and passed them to Guardian Gu so he can help me look for them. If Mansion Master really wants to repay me, please help me look for those materials. Those materials are very important to me and my sect, Duan Lingtian said. All right, I understand. Meng Qing nodded. I'll look for Guardian Gu in a while and ask him to make a few more drawings of those materials. The Mystical Sky Mansion will do its best to help you look for those materials. This is my promise to you. As the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing was, naturally, a man of his word. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not doubt Meng Qing's words at all. Thank you, Mansion Master. Compared to what you've done for the Mystical Sky Mansion, this is nothing. Meng Qing waved his hand. Nothing? Duan Lingtian did not comment on Meng Qing's words. Perhaps it was nothing to Meng Qing, but it was a big deal to him. Those materials were related to repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, it was much more attractive than the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, cultivated. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not explain further. What could he say? Could he reveal the secret of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda? He did not doubt that if he revealed the secret of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would most likely kill him and snatch the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda away. The temptation of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was too great. Even if he was in Meng Qin's position as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he would still be greedy and snatch the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda from a disciple who was much weaker than him. The 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was a celestial supreme treasure. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was nothing more attractive than it. As a quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. It was easy for them to search for materials. As Meng Qin passed down his orders, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's bases in the lower province began to search for the materials that Duan Lingtian needed. As time passed by, more than half of the Debussy subterranean was turned upside down by them. At the same time, 3 months had gone by. Zhao Ding and Zhao Jin, who were guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, had also been replaced by the other 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters and had returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The moment the 2 of them returned, Zhao Ji received the news and immediately went to look for them. "Grandfather, father, did Rong Fan come?" Zhao Ji asked immediately when he saw Zhao Jin and Zhao Ding. "No." Zhao Deng shook his head. A smile appeared on Zhao Jin's face when he saw Zhao Ji. "Jier, you didn't neglect your cultivation during this time, right?" "No." Zhao Ji shook his head. Zhao Ji shook his head and walked up to Zhao Jin's side. "Grandfather, now that all of you have returned, shouldn't you discuss with Lord Mansion Master about using the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion?" Zhao Ji wanted to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated even in his dreams. "Jier, I know you want to cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method. However, that Devil Dao cultivation method is still a Devil Dao cultivation method. We're still not sure what kind of Devil Dao cultivation method it is. If it's a crazy and inhumane cultivation method, we won't be able to cultivate it even if we obtain it." Zhao Jin shook his head and said, "That's why you must be mentally prepared." Zhao Ji did not agree or disagree with Zhao Jin's words. However, he still said, "Grandfather, you said we're still not sure. What if that Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method?" "Indeed, there's such a possibility." Zhao Ji nodded. When he looked at Zhao Ji again, a doting expression could be seen in his eyes. "Jier, it's not that I don't want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing to obtain his cultivation method. However, he's too weak now. Although we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him now, I'm afraid his soul will completely disperse before we can obtain the complete cultivation method he's cultivating. I've taken a look at his injuries. It'll take at least half a year for his soul to recover to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic." Zhao Jin continued to say, "Half a year? So long?" Zhao Ji had a disappointed expression on his face. He was already tired of waiting. He did not expect he would have to wait for another half a year. "Jier, it's only half a year. It'll pass by in just a blink of an eye. During this half a year, cultivate properly and strive to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. I promise you, if there's no problem with that Devil Dao cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as soon as I obtain it." When Zhao Jin saw the disappointment on Zhao Ji's face, his heart ached a little as he quickly comforted him. "Thank you, grandfather." Zhao Ji forced a smile on his face. Following that, a thought flashed in Zhao Ji's mind. A figure that he hated so much that he ground his teeth appeared at the right time. "Ling Tian! Grandfather, now that the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion has been resolved, shouldn't we think of a way to deal with Ling Tian?" The moment Zhao Ji thought about Duan Lingtian, his eyes turned red. His hatred for Duan Lingtian had already seeped into his bones. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive in this world, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. When Zhao Jin heard Zhao Ji's words and sensed his hatred, the doting look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. Jier, don't worry. I promise you that Ling Tian won't be able to jump around for long. Father. At this moment, Zhao Deng, who was standing at the side, said, I heard that Lord Mansion Master is mobilizing the entire Mystical Sky Mansion's forces to look for some materials for Ling Tian. Although Lord Mansion Master did not accept him as a disciple, he seems to value him as much as his direct disciples. I'm already aware of what you're talking about. However, the reason Lord Mansion Master helped him is because he rejected Lord Mansion Master's offer to share the Devil Dao cultivation method with his sect. The reason Lord Mansion Master helped him like that is because he contributed the information about the Devil Dao cultivation method. What Zhao Jin knew was much more than what Zhao Deng knew. Naturally, even if we really want to kill Ling Tian, we won't do it in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. We'll have to think of a way to make Duan Lingtian leave the estate before we make our move. As long as we do it cleanly, nobody will know who killed him. Even if someone suspects us, without any evidence, even Lord Mansion Master won't be able to do anything to us. Zhao Jin continued to say. As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Zhao Deng nodded. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was so excited that his face was flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered through gritted teeth. Ling Tian, you won't live for long. No one has ever survived the person my grandfather wants to kill. In the future, if you want to blame someone on the road to hell, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Since you've offended me, you're destined to die. Chapter 1802. The Zhao clan was led by Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. Below him was his son, Zhao Deng. Below him were the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan. Naturally, not all of these Mystical Sky Mansion's elders had the surname Zhao. Most of them did not have the surname Zhao. Since they relied on Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng, they could be considered as part of the Zhao clan. Among these people, there was no lack of disciples from Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. If everyone in the Zhao clan was described as a pyramid, then Zhao Jin would be the person standing at the top of the pyramid. He was the leader of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, every word and action of his represented the will of the Zhao clan. For example, if Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a falling out with Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, even those who did not have the surname Zhao, would stand on his side. Due to this, the Zhao clan's position in the Mystical Sky Mansion was only second to the mansion master. Find a way to lure Ling Tian away and kill Ling Tian? Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan and the disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking received Gao Jin's order one after another. Naturally, it was a secret order. Although Zhao Jin's position in the Mystical Sky Mansion was extraordinary, he still did not dare to kill someone openly in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This was because there was still a mansion master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was the true owner of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he was someone he had to be wary of. Ling Tian? This name. Is he the most famous person among the younger generation in our Mystical Sky Mansion? Many Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan had just come out of closed-door cultivation. They had only heard that there was a monstrous genius martial cultivator in the Mystical Sky Mansion who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. As for the conflict between the genius martial cultivator and Zhao Ji, the little young master of the Zhao clan, they had not heard about it yet. That's right. It's him. What did he do? He actually made Lord Guardian personally order to kill him. You must have just come out of closed-door cultivation, right? Yes, I just came out of seclusion yesterday. No wonder. That Ling Tian has a deep grudge with our Zhao clan, to the point of being mortal enemies. Lord Protector said that if anyone could lure Ling Tian out and kill him, he would take that person as his adopted son or adopted daughter. No way? Adopted son? Adopted daughter? Lord Protector's adopted son and daughter are people who can call Lord Zhao Deng's brother. I've already confirmed it. This is definitely not fake news. It seems like Lord Protector hates Ling Tian a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a promise. Quickly tell me, how did that Ling Tian offend our Zhao clan and Lord Protector? That Ling Tian is really something. First, he slapped young Master Ji twice in front of everyone in the Heaven Palace. Then, he kicked young Master Ji out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Young Master Ji had only been in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 days. He didn't even have the time to find the Divine Ability Relic, let alone find the Divine Ability. It's no wonder then. Everyone only has one chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in their lifetime. The way he treated young Master Ji is equivalent to ruining the future of our Zhao clan. Moreover, Lord Protector dotes on young Master Ji so much. If Lord Protector doesn't kill him, who else would he kill? Soon after, all the people from the Zhao clan in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate began to move as though they were on steroids. In fact, as long as they lured someone out and killed him, they would be able to become Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son or adopted daughter. This was a golden opportunity to turn a pheasant into a phoenix. Nobody was willing to miss out on such a rare opportunity. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It was not only Duan Lingtian, but the other people in the Mystical Sky Mansion were also unaware of this matter. Although this matter was widely spread among the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, it did not leak out at all. Based on this, one could see how strong the Zhao clan was. It was impossible to find any weakness in their defense. Many Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan began to make their way to the Heaven Palace from time to time to the place where Duan Lingtian was staying. However, they soon discovered that Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. After waiting for more than half a month, they still did not see Duan Lingtian coming out. For this reason, many people retreated. Naturally, there were also some people who stayed behind. It was as though they would not give up until Duan Lingtian came out of his closed-door cultivation. Another half a month went by, and there were not many people left. It's better to wait for him to come out of his closed-door cultivation before thinking of a way to lure him out. If we keep waiting here, it's no different from waiting for a rabbit to come out of a stump. It's easy to attract other people's attention. This was the thought of most of the Zhao clan's elders and disciples who had left. The few people who stayed behind were all Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Moreover, they were only at the early eminent saint stage. All of them dreamed of becoming Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son by killing Duan Lingtian. At that time, their status would rise like a rocket. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian was staying in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, he was close to breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. As long as he successfully broke through, he would be an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, his son True Origin would rise again to the point where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once I break through, my strength won't be weaker than an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse even if I don't rely on external force and brute force. Not only that, but with the profundity of the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'll be able to easily defeat most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Duan Lingtian was at the brink of breaking through. His emotions were getting more and more agitated. At this moment, he was still unaware there were many people out there who wanted his life. As long as they killed him, they would be able to obtain an extraordinary status and become famous. Adopted son? Adopted daughter? When Zhao Ji, who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month, came out, he instantly heard about the promise his grandfather had made to the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. He could not help but feel shocked. I can't believe grandfather actually made such a promise for me. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lingtian, I'd like to see how long you can live. This was Zhao Ji's first time seeing his grandfather going to such lengths to kill someone. He also believed the promise his grandfather made was enough to make 90% of the people from the Zhao clan go crazy. For the sake of this promise, they were even willing to risk their lives. Soon after, Zhao Ji learned his father was in charge of monitoring Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing's soul remnant had yet to recover, so he was still in a coma. Currently, he was imprisoned in a secret underground chamber in the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion. The secret underground chamber was guarded by the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. They would rotate shifts once a month. With the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion keeping watch, not many people in the Debussy subterranean would be able to kidnap Su Jing. Moreover, the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion were only the last hurdle if they wanted to kidnap Su Jing. Before that, they would still have to deal with the patrolling elders and disciples around the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Coincidentally, it was Zhao Ji's father's turn to be on duty this month. Since I have nothing to do, let's go and take a look at Su Jing. I think I've seen him before. However, he's just the young mansion master of a mere fourth-rate force, so I didn't pay attention to him at that time. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the secret underground chamber. However, it was extremely easy for Zhao Ji. This was because he was the little young master of the Zhao clan. Even the patrolling elders and disciples in the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion and the guards in the main mansion had to be wary of Guardian Zhao Jin and Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng, who stood behind Zhao Ji. Father! Due to this reason, Zhao Ji easily arrived outside the secret underground chamber. The moment he reached the door and opened his mouth, before he could even call out father, a person appeared out of thin air in front of him. This person's body was filled with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Father, it's me! When Zhao Ji sensed the killing intent that was surging toward him, horror dawned on him as he hurriedly spoke again. Jier, why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation? The person who appeared out of thin air outside the secret underground chamber was none other than one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng discovered the person before him was his son, he immediately withdrew the killing intent on his body. Father, I've just come out of closed-door cultivation. I heard you're here, so I came to see you. Zhao Ji chuckled. You're not here to see me. You're here to see Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right? As Zhao Ji's father, how could Zhao Deng not see through his son's thoughts? Zhao Ji smiled awkwardly. What did you gain from your closed-door cultivation this time? Zhao Deng asked. I'll definitely break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage the next time I enter closed-door cultivation, Zhao Ji said solemnly. Oh? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up as he nodded. That's right. You should be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage before Gao Peng from your Heaven Palace. Although you're still not as good as Ling Tian, it's still not bad. The last sentence was said by Zhao Deng subconsciously. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, he quickly noticed Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He immediately tried to salvage the situation. However, Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. I'm sure you've heard about your grandfather's order and the promise he made, right? In order to avenge you, your grandfather didn't even ask for my opinion before he decided to find me a sibling. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. His son's position in his father's heart seemed to be getting lower and lower. However, he was still his son after all. Zhao Deng was not at a loss for words. He merely sighed emotionally. With grandfather's order and promise, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Chapter 1803. The secret underground room was very clean. Apart from a stone bed, there was nothing else in the room. At this moment, an unconscious young man was lying on the stone bed. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this young man was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion whose glabella he had pierced through with his sword during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing lay motionless on the stone bed. Father, can you wake him up now? Zhao Ji could not help but ask Zhao Deng as he stood in front of the stone bed. His eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. If someone did not know better, they might think he was gay and was interested in Su Jing. However, the reason Zhao Ji had such a gaze was not because he was interested in Su Jing. What he was interested in was the top devil Dao cultivation method in Su Jing's mind. No. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Deng shook his head. Right now, he's just relying on the remnant of his soul to survive. If he wants to wake up, he'll have to recover his soul first. At the very least, he'll have to recover 80% of his soul before he can wake up. Then, can he sense the outside world now? Zhao Ji asked again. He should be able to. Zhao Deng nodded. However, I've tried to communicate with his soul through voice transmission, but I didn't get any response. I don't know if he's ignoring me on purpose or if he really doesn't sense my voice transmission. Voice transmission? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up. Father, are you talking about divine consciousness voice transmission? In the Dao Martial Saint land, those who were at the saint stage and above had an additional voice transmission technique. Before breaking through to the saint stage, they could only use their own strength to transmit voice transmission. However, after breaking through to the saint stage, they could use their spiritual energy that had transformed into divine consciousness to transmit voice transmission. This kind of voice transmission was also known as divine consciousness voice transmission. It was a common voice transmission technique used by powerhouses at the saint stage and above. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded again. Although his soul is still very weak, it shouldn't affect his senses in the outside world. It shouldn't affect him from transmitting voice transmission with his weak divine consciousness. This time, Zhao Ji did not reply. Instead, he stared at Su Jing with a burning gaze. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and fused with Su Jing's mind, transmitting his voice over. Su Jing, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Ji from the Mystical Sky Mansion. I've met you a few years ago. However, Zhao Ji did not receive any response from Su Jing's remnant soul. However, he was not discouraged. Su Jing, I know you must have regained consciousness by now. Moreover, you must know that it's our Mystical Sky Mansion who annihilated your Rising Sky Mansion and that our Mystical Sky Mansion wants the top cultivation method in your possession. Although Su Jing did not respond, Zhao Ji still continued to speak. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness clearly sensed that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved slightly. Immediately, he confirmed that Su Jing had regained consciousness. Do you know how our Mystical Sky Mansion found out that you, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, possess a top devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji continued to communicate with Su Jing using his divine consciousness. However, this time around, Su Jing's remnant soul did not make any unusual movements. Clearly, it was vigilant, and did not make the same mistake as before. I know you must be very curious about this. Let me tell you! The reason our Mystical Sky Mansion found out you've cultivated a top devil Dao cultivation method is all because of Li Feng. Li Feng. As soon as Zhao Ji finished speaking, his divine consciousness could sense that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved again. Moreover, it seemed to be very agitated this time. To outsiders, you're killed by Li Feng. However, since Li Feng took your spatial ring and couldn't claim ownership of it, he knew you're still alive. There's only one possibility you're still alive. You must have cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique recorded in it. Zhao Ji said through voice transmission. A devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique is usually a top devil Dao cultivation method. Am I right? Li Feng's from the Mystical Sky Mansion? Finally, a voice that was trying its best to suppress its anger reached Zhao Ji's divine consciousness, allowing him to hear its words. The person who sent the voice transmission to Zhao Ji was none other than Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. When Zhao Ji mentioned Li Feng, he could no longer suppress his emotions. In the end, he did not even bother to hide it anymore. Li Feng's not from the Mystical Sky Mansion, but his junior brother is from the Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, his junior brother is also my enemy. Zhao Ji was not surprised when he heard Su Jing's voice. The reason he mentioned Li Feng earlier was to provoke Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was in such a miserable state because of Li Feng. As it turned out, he had succeeded. Su Jing had taken the bait. He's the one who told the mystical Sky Mansion about the news of you obtaining the top Devil Dao cultivation method. Although he didn't make a move at all from the beginning until the end, he's the one who gave us the most credit since he provided us with the most important information. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice indifferently. Li Feng's junior brother? Su Jing's voice was filled with ruthlessness. It was as though he could not wait to kill Li Feng's junior brother. That's right. He's Li Feng's junior brother. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. His name is Ling Tian, and he's from the same master as Li Feng. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to seek revenge on Li Feng for now since he has already gone to the upper province. On the other hand, it won't be difficult for you to seek revenge on Ling Tian. Seek revenge on him? Aren't all of you from the mystical Sky Mansion? Are you trying to fool me? Su Jing sneered. That's right. We're all from the mystical Sky Mansion. However, apart from being from the mystical Sky Mansion, he's also my enemy, a mortal enemy. If you want to kill him to vent your anger and indirectly seek revenge on Li Feng, we can work together. Zhao Ji replied. Work together with you? How? Su Jing asked curiously. He seemed to be looking forward to this. Before we work together, I want to know. Is the top Devil Dao cultivation method you cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, or is it a perverse Devil Dao cultivation method in the eyes of ordinary people? Zhao Ji asked. This was something he had always wanted to know as well. Since you know I cultivate a top Devil Dao cultivation method, you must have heard that I only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Do you think it's possible for an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method to do that? Su Jing replied to Zhao Ji's question. What kind of perverse thing do you have to do to cultivate that top Devil Dao cultivation method of yours? Zhao Ji asked again. Hee. Actually, it's nothing much. I just have to devour the vital essence and blood of young women until they turn into dried corpses. If I have enough virgin girls, I'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort by devouring their vital essence and blood. The reason my cultivation base rose so quickly that year is because I've devoured a lot of virgin girls' vital essence and blood to cultivate. Naturally, all of them turned into dried corpses in the end. As Su Jing spoke, he spoke in a reminiscing tone. When Zhao Ji heard Su Jing's words, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked through voice transmission in shock. Why does the situation you're talking about sound like the cultivation method of a Devil Dao powerhouse that appeared in the lower province many years ago? Don't tell me you're cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique? The Devouring Dark Devil technique was a Devil Dao cultivation method that struck fear in people's hearts in the WCI subterranean many years ago. That year, the Devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated this devil technique was rampant for a period of time. In the end, after he had incurred public wrath, he was besieged by many top powerhouses in the lower province, and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land despite being heavily injured. Currently, although many years had passed, the deeds of that Devil Dao powerhouse were still passed down in quasi-third-rate forces. Even the Devouring Dark Devil technique that he cultivated was very famous as well. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji was able to say the words Devouring Dark Devil technique in one breath. I didn't expect you to know about the Devouring Dark Devil technique as well. That's right, I'm cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Speaking of which, I've obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao powerhouse who was rampant in the lower province many years ago, Su Jing said. Su Jing replied. If I'm not mistaken, the strongest powerhouse in your Rising Sky Mansion was killed by that Devil Dao powerhouse back then. In the end, due to the loss of that powerhouse, your Rising Sky Mansion began to decline. After a few generations, it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Zhao Ji knew about this story. Speaking of which, the Devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique was your Rising Sky Mansion's mortal enemy. How did you manage to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique? How could those old fellows from the Rising Sky Mansion allow you to cultivate their mortal enemy's devouring dark devil technique? They don't know that I cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. As for myself, I don't care what kind of devil technique it is. As long as it can raise my strength in a short period of time, it's a good cultivation method to me. I don't care about anything else, and I don't want to care about it as well. Su Jing's words were unbridled. To a certain extent, it had influenced Zhao Ji. Su Jing! After a while, Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Su Jing. In another 6 months at the most, someone will perform the soul-searching secret tactic on you. At that time, the devil technique you cultivate will belong to the mystical sky mansion. Since it's the devouring dark devil technique, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion won't allow anyone to cultivate it. And when that time comes, it will be time for you to be killed. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, a hint of temptation could be heard in his voice. How about this? Let's make a deal. You pass the devouring dark devil technique to me now, and after you die, I'll kill Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, to avenge you. What do you think? Chapter 1804. Why should you believe me? Zhao Ji was stunned when he heard Su Jing's words. Then, he replied indifferently. You can only believe me now since you don't have a choice. Zhao Ji thought Su Jing would panic and be led by the nose by him when he said this. Who knew Su Jing would not fall for this trick at all? No choice? Then, you don't have a choice. That Ling Tian guy might not even be Li Feng's junior brother. Even if he's Li Feng's junior brother, the person I want to seek revenge on is Li Feng, not him. Although I'm happy that he's dead, it's meaningless when I think about how Li Feng is still alive. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, his voice was indifferent. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was still alive or not. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. Everything before his eyes was completely different from the script he had in his mind. This was not how it should be. You want to use Ling Tian to exchange for my devouring dark devil technique? You're really wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually worried that after the people from the mystical sky mansion take the devouring dark devil technique from me using the soul-searching secret tactic, they'll let it gather dust and won't allow anyone to cultivate it, right? Su Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission. You want to obtain the devouring dark devil technique from me because you want to risk universal condemnation and cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. I can't believe the dignified son of the vice mansion master of mystical sky mansion would choose to abandon himself for the sake of power. As expected of the young mansion master of rising sky mansion. You're very smart. Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave. However, the only chance he had to obtain the devouring dark devil technique was right in front of him. He did not want to miss it. Once Su Jing was subjected to the soul-searching secret tactic, the devouring dark devil technique would be exposed to the public. At that time, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely seal or destroy the devouring dark devil technique, not allowing anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique could be said to be insane, to Zhao Ji, powerful strength was his foundation. As for the process of obtaining powerful strength, it was not important at all. Therefore, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Speak! What will it take for you to teach me the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji took a deep breath and went straight to the point. If you want me to teach you the devouring dark devil technique, it's very simple. As long as you save me, I'll slowly teach you the devouring dark devil technique. Su Jing's voice continued to ring out as he stated his request. Impossible! It never occurred to Zhao Ji that Su Jing would make such a crazy request. Save Su Jing? What a joke! Even if he was the grandson of the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to rescue Su Jing. Unless his grandfather or his father were willing to help him. However, this was not realistic. This was because he knew very well that even though his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, They would definitely stop him if he said that he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It wasn't that his grandfather and father were bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but his grandfather and father were worried that after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he would become a public enemy. That powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was someone everyone wanted to kill. It was said that after he went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not have a good life. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. I'll wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouse to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul has recovered. Su Jing continued to speak through voice transmission. Based on his words, it was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. You should know that with my ability, it's extremely difficult for me to save you. Can't you change your request? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Su Jing ignored him this time. Su Jing's lack of response could be considered as another way of responding to Zhao Ji. He would not change his request. If he could save him, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, he would not be able to obtain it. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when he realized Su Jing still did not respond after calling him a few more times. Jier, what's wrong? Don't tell me Su Jing reacted to your voice transmission? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He was slightly agitated. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he had been injected with stimulants, he raised his hand and slapped it towards Su Jing's head. Jier, what are you doing? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw Zhao Ji's action. He immediately grabbed Zhao Ji's hand to stop him from attacking Su Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only will Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also become the public enemy of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. In that case, no matter how high your achievements are, you won't be able to become the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Zhao Deng's tone was stern when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I was wrong. At the same time, Zhao Ji seemed to have accepted Zhao Deng's lesson. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, Father, he must be pretending to be asleep. Although his soul is damaged, it shouldn't affect his communication with the outside world. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his expression was filled with grief and indignation. It was as though he had never communicated with Su Jing at all. The reason he did this was, naturally, because he did not want his father to know he had communicated with Su Jing. After all, the things they had communicated with each other were shameful. As expected of young Master Zhao Ji. You can even deceive your own father so easily. If I were your father, I'd be so angry that I'd throw up 3 liters of blood if I knew you were lying to me like this. Su Jing, who had remained silent for a long time, transmitted his voice to tease Zhao Ji. Su Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to think of a way to save you. If I can't think of a way, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ji replied through voice transmission. If even young Master Zhao can't think of a way to save me, then I can only accept my fate. Su Jing said indifferently. It was as though he was not worried about his life at all. It was as though he had transcended all worldly affairs. Jier, even if he's pretending to be asleep, there's nothing we can do to him. Moreover, he won't be able to pretend for long. At most, it'll take 6 months before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our Mystical Sky Mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates, he'll definitely die. Zhao Deng did not doubt his son's words at all. Instead, he took the initiative to persuade him. Therefore, there's no point in arguing with a dead person. All right. Zhao Ji nodded as though he had been persuaded. Then, he bade farewell to Zhao Deng. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for too long. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground chamber, he turned around and left. After Zhao Ji left the secret underground chamber, he was thinking of a way to save Su Jing. What way do I have to save Su Jing from the secret underground chamber in the main mansion? I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique no matter what. Once I cultivate it, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Su Jing's innate talent is far inferior to mine, but he only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I wouldn't be any weaker than him under the same conditions. Currently, Zhao Ji was obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. While Zhao Ji was thinking of a way to save Su Jing, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened the door to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he unintentionally extended his divine consciousness, and instantly sensed someone was spying on him. Moreover, it was not just one person. Someone from the Zhao clan? Besides the members of the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to figure out who would be hiding in the shadows and spying on him. You've come out of closed-door cultivation? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to look for Guli, a voice resonated from afar. The owner of the voice was a woman. In the distance, along with the voice, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a graceful figure and an angelic face. Wherever she passed, the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by her. The person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Where have you been? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. After the Saint Martial secret zone closed, you left with the palace master. I haven't seen you since then. Why? Did you miss me? Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Not really. I just feel a little unaccustomed to it. Even if it's a fly that's always around me, I'd still feel a little unaccustomed to it if it suddenly left. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's metaphor was very vivid and appropriate. However, when Wang Fei Xian heard his metaphor, her expression turned grave immediately. Based on your words, it seems like you're treating me like a fly? I didn't say that. Duan Lingtian shrugged. However, there's nothing I can do if you really want to take it as a fly. Duan Lingtian's words were truly infuriating. Wang Fei Xian glared at Duan Lingtian before saying faintly, Previously, I entered the spirit pool to cultivate. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's really a good place. I feel that my cultivation base is already close to the mastery refined saint stage. I should be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within a year, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage within a year. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, the strong confidence she exuded affected Duan Lingtian as well. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian congratulated Wang Fei Xian. He knew very well that Wang Fei Xian's future would be very smooth since she had acknowledged Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as her master. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already treated Wang Fei Xian as a friend. It was normal to care about a friend and be happy for a friend. Wang Fei Xian did not know how many times she had heard such congratulatory words. Chapter 1805. It seems like it's not peaceful here. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian had also discovered the few people hiding in the dark. She immediately said to Duan Lingtian, Indeed, it's not peaceful here. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long discovered these few people, but he did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on their auras, I can tell they must be at the eminent saint stage or above. It seems like the Zhao clan is going to make a move on you, Wang Fei Xian said solemnly. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. From today onward you have to be careful. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head casually. Even the Zhao clan won't dare to make a move on me in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, there's the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. They won't challenge the Mystical Sky Mansion's authority just to make a move on me. You're right, but even a corner dog will jump over a wall. Moreover, don't leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this period of time to avoid any accidents, Wang Fei Xian reminded him. Based on her words, it seemed like she was more worried about his safety than Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. I have some things to do, so I don't have time to leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Duan Lingtian replied. That was the truth. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation to look for Guli because he wanted to know how many materials Guli and his father had found for him to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he wanted to know how many materials Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had helped him find. Meng Qing had given out orders to search for materials for Duan Lingtian. After the materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they would be gathered in Guli's hands and passed to Duan Lingtian by Guli. This was also what Duan Lingtian had suggested to Meng Qing. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was still the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian collect those materials. Recently, Duan Lingtian had no intention of going out. The first reason was to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so that Hualao could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second reason was because he had already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully breaking through to the Intermediate Refined Saint stage. Once he had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint stage, his strength would improve as well. Then where are you going? When Wang Fei Xian heard Duan Lingtian said he did not have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, she sighed in relief. She could see that Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heavenly Hall. I'm going to the main residence to look for Senior Apprentice Brother Guli, Duan Lingtian said. All right, I won't disturb you then. Go ahead. It's time for me to go back and cultivate so I can break through as soon as possible. Wang Fei Xian nodded and bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to leave. Wang Fei Xian only regained her senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from her sight. She retracted her dazed gaze. What an unromantic block of wood! After retracting her gaze, Wang Fei Xian was slightly annoyed. It was rare for her to act like a little girl. I wonder how he managed to woo his 2 fiancées and his confidant. Don't tell me they're also the ones who woo him? Wang Fei Xian stomped her feet before she turned around and returned to her residence. The moment Wang Fei Xian left, the few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who were hiding in the dark immediately flew in the direction Duan Lingtian had left, and followed Duan Lingtian from afar. They're following me? Duan Lingtian instantly noticed a few tails behind him. He frowned slightly, but he did not bother about them. If they were to fight, although he would not be at a disadvantage, he would not be able to teach them a painful lesson. After all, the Mystical Sky Mansion had a rule that forbade killing and maiming of fellow disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. If they violated the rule, they would be severely punished. Isn't he leaving the estate? When they saw Duan Lingtian had entered the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were instantly disappointed. Although they were slightly dispirited, they still followed him from afar. They only came to a halt when they saw Duan Lingtian had gone northeast of the main mansion. Isn't that Guardian Gu's cultivation place? Gu Li, who's ranked first on the Mystical Sky ranking, lives there as well. I've long heard that Lingtian has a good relationship with Gu Li. It seems like he has no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time. He's only here to look for Guli. The Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiaoyun, was someone who was on par with Zhao Jin, the leader of the Zhao clan. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to go near Gu Xiaoyun's cultivation place. After waiting for a long time, the few of them left one after another when Duan Lingtian still did not come out. At the same time, the news of Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation also swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in an uproar immediately. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was taking a spatial ring from Guli. The things inside the spatial ring were the materials that the Mystical Sky Mansion had gathered with the strength of the entire mansion. To be more precise, they were the materials to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Junior brother Lingtian, if it wasn't for the mansion master's help, I'm afraid my father and I wouldn't even be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time, After Gu Li passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still have to thank senior brother Gu Li. By the way, where's Uncle Gu? Why don't I see him? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see Gu Xiaoyan at all. My father went out some time ago, and he should only be back in a few days. Why? Are you looking for him? Gu Li asked. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm just asking. Senior brother Gu Li, how's your cultivation progress? Duan Lingtian asked, changing the topic. Previously, Gu Li had mentioned to him that once he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he would leave the mystical sky mansion and the Debussy subterranean to make his way to the upper province. Currently, Gu Li's cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. He was only a step away from the Divine Saint stage. It's still the same. I'll need at least 2 years to make a breakthrough. Gu Li smiled. Junior brother Lingtian, you should hurry up and break through to the eminent saint stage as well. At that time, I'll be going to the upper province, and you'll have to go to the upper province to look for your master as well. With me around, you don't have to wait until you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage before you go. What do you think? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. If he was given another 2 years, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the eminent saint stage if he tried to enter the spirit pool 1 or 2 more times. Gu Li was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the mystical sky mansion, including Gu Li, Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Since Duan Lingtian had agreed to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Gu Li, he could not help but feel pressured. For this reason, he quickly bade farewell to Gu Li and returned to his residence. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and tossed the spatial ring that was filled with materials to Hualao. Hualao, these are the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. This is only the first batch. There will be more materials sent to you in the future. Feel free to use them. Duan Lingtian believed that with the mystical sky mansion's efforts, apart from a few rare materials, he would be able to gather the rest of the materials. As for the rare materials, he would have to rely on luck. After Hualao took the materials, he busied himself with repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian also returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and continued to cultivate. Perhaps, it was due to the pressure from the agreement with Gu Li, it only took Duan Lingtian 10 days to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. 10 days in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, the Sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body had transformed to a stage where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. After continuing to cultivate for a while, Duan Lingtian finally reached a bottleneck. At this moment, he stopped cultivating and took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he further comprehended the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. The second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart, was also gradually stabilizing. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the 3rd stage. It has already been a month. Don't tell me he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again? At the same time, the Zhao clan's disciples who were guarding outside Duan Lingtian's door felt like they were going crazy. Is this Lingtian even human? He just came out of closed-door cultivation, and he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again. Don't tell me he doesn't encounter any bottlenecks when he cultivates? Many Zhao clan's disciples were speechless. Their goal was to lure Lingtian out of the mystical sky mansion's estate and kill him. However, Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation all day. Even if they had thousands of plans in their minds, they did not know where to start. They could only wait for Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation before they could proceed to the next step. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Unknowingly, another few months had passed. It had been a year since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the mystical sky mansion. Ever since he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian still did not have any intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to the mystical sky mansion were extremely anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a shocking piece of news began to spread from the main mansion and entered the ears of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Su Jing has disappeared. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion referred to the vice mansion masters and above. What's going on? In the secret underground room, Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, looked at the empty stone bed. Although there was no change in his expression, the others present on the scene could hear the anger in his voice. Where's Palace Master Zhu? At the same time, one of the vice mansion masters of mystical sky mansion noticed that Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was not around. Who's on duty recently? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. I think it's Palace Master Zhu. Chapter 1806. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, had rushed here when they heard about Su Jing being rescued. However, when the group arrived, they realized that there was only one person missing. Moreover, it just so happened that it was his turn to guard this place and keep an eye on Su Jing. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master! Lord Mansion Master! Just as the atmosphere in the secret underground room became a little tense, an anxious voice suddenly resonated from outside. Jir? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he doing here at this time? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. He was panting. Jir, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come here. Zhao Deng glared at Zhao Ji and said in a low voice. When he was on duty previously, it was not a big deal for Zhao Ji to come here. However, the mansion master and the others were here today, and the atmosphere was a little strange. He was worried his son's arrival would anger the mansion master. Jir, listen to me and go back. At this moment, Zhao Jin also spoke. Lord Mansion Master! However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His gaze landed on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a solemn expression. Earlier, I think I saw our Heavenly Palace's Palace Master Zhu bringing someone to the north. A patrolling elder and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him. Swoosh! 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 The moment Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing. Embezzlement. At this moment, these words appeared in the minds of the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown through the secret underground room, Meng Qing disappeared before everyone's eyes. Let's go! Subsequently, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the 2 mystical sky mansion's guardians, left as well. The other vice mansion masters followed suit as well. Zhao Deng raised his hand and brought Zhao Ji along. As he followed them, he asked, Jir, did you really see it clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu bring someone to the north? Father, I wouldn't dare to joke about this. Right now, that patrol elder should be rushing over here as well. Zhao Ji asked solemnly. Father, is the person Palace Master Zhu brought away Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? Yes. A cold light flashed in Zhao Deng's eyes. I didn't expect Zhu Luqi to be so bold as to take Su Jing away. It seems like he found out about the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely that kind of deranged cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Deng connected the dots. This also caused Zhao Ji to be extremely shocked, and he secretly wiped off a layer of cold sweat. Along the way, the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Mansion Master Meng Qing, encountered a mystical Sky Mansion's elder who was rushing north. The mystical Sky Mansion's elder's face was pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu forcefully took Su Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token that Palace Master Zhu asked me to pass to you. When the mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he immediately passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a solemn expression. He mobilized the energy in his body and inserted it into the jade token. He purposely let the voice in the jade token play. Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is the devouring dark devil technique that's famous in the lower province many years ago. Even if you steal and obtain such a horrifying cultivation method using the soul-searching secret tactic, you're destined to only be left with dust in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, I took Su Jing away because I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique will I be able to wash away the humiliation that Feng Bui from the Mountain Shade Black Market has brought me. Xu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. Originally, I thought I'd never be able to seek revenge from Feng Bui in this lifetime. However, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally decided to take Su Jing away to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master. As long as I obtain the devouring dark devil technique, I'll think of a way to get rid of Su Jing. No matter what, Su Jing's existence is still a hidden danger to our mystical Sky Mansion. From today onward I, Xu Luqi, will leave the mystical Sky Mansion. Everything I do in the future will have nothing to do with the mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master will take into account that I've worked hard for the mystical Sky Mansion and the Heaven Palace in the past, and don't make things difficult for my disciples. They're innocent, and I've let them down. Xu Luqi's voice stopped at this point. The devouring dark devil technique. At this moment, other than Zhao Ji, everyone present on the scene turned pale with fright. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. The cultivation process was so crazy that it made one's hair stand on end. The devil cultivator who cultivated this devil technique had become a public enemy at that time. The entire Debussy subterranean could not tolerate him at all. However, even in such a harsh environment, the devil cultivator still managed to kill a few powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage with just his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage despite being surrounded by so many powerhouses from the lower province. As for the other powerhouses who were killed, there were countless of them. That battle could be considered as an unprecedented battle in the lower province. Even then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique did not die. He paid the price of being heavily injured and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, from that moment onward, the devil cultivator had become a legend in the Debussy subterranean. Naturally, this legend only left behind a bad name for the future generations. This was because he had killed many young women in order to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. All of the young women's vital energy and blood were devoured by him until they were turned into dried corpses. His crime had reached the point where he was hated by both men and gods. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that year that the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was known by everyone. At that time, everyone regarded him as a scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the fame of the devouring dark devil technique had still been passed down. Naturally, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion had also heard of this cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that they revealed such a shocked expression when they learned that Su Jing's cultivation method was actually the devouring dark devil technique. Foolish! Senior Brother Zhu is foolish! In the end, Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face. Even if he obtains the devouring dark devil technique, he'll definitely become the public enemy of the entire lower province and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Is it worth it to have a small conflict with Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? The conflict between Senior Brother Zhu and Feng Bui, in Feng Bui's eyes, and even in our eyes, is just a small conflict. But if I put myself in Senior Brother Zhu's shoes, facing Feng Bui's humiliation, I would definitely feel worse than death. The Palace Master of Earth Palace said in a deep voice. Due to this reason, although Senior Brother Zhu's decision is shocking, it's understandable. Is it really worth it to make an enemy out of everyone in the world just for Feng Bui? The Palace Master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion Master, Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing and took away the devouring dark devil technique. His crime is heinous. After we capture him, he should be executed. Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a cold gleam in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu announced his departure from the Mystical Sky Mansion because he was worried news of him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would spread and implicate the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although his method was a little extreme, it's undeniable that he was still thinking about the Mystical Sky Mansion even at the last moment. Due to this reason, I think it's enough to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. He doesn't deserve to die. The other guardian, Gu Xiaoyun, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had spoken as well, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Xiaoyun. Just as he was about to say something, the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions one after another. I support Guardian Gu's opinion. I support Guardian Gu as well. I support Guardian Gu. Most of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene supported Gu Xiaoyun's opinion. This caused Zhao Jin to swallow his words. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. Put aside the fact that Gu Xiaoyun's strength was not inferior to his, and his position in the Mystical Sky Mansion was not inferior to his as well, with everyone supporting Gu Xiaoyun, he no longer had the right to call the shots. After all, he was only a guardian and not the mansion master. I believe that if Su Jing's cultivation method is not the devouring dark devil technique but an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu would definitely not take such a risk. Based on the words Palace Master Zhu left behind, he can be spared from death. However, although he can be spared from death, he still has to be punished. Guardians, please go and bring Palace Master Zhu back. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, also expressed his opinion. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiaoyun's opinion, his words were undoubtedly in line with Gu Xiaoyun's opinion. Yes, Mansion Master. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, not only was Meng Qing the Mansion Master, but he was also the strongest person. Even Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the two guardians, were not as strong as him. Due to this reason, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin did not dare to slack off when faced with his order. After responding, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin left and headed north. What happened today must not be spread to the ears of outsiders. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. After Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, Yes. Everyone present on the scene nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They also knew that if news of what happened today spread out, it would only bring trouble to the Mystical Sky Mansion. As members of the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was only natural that they did not want trouble to befall the Mystical Sky Mansion. Old Man Gu and my grandfather personally made a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Chapter 1807. At this moment, none of the people present, including Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, would have thought that the reason Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had brought Su Jing away was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, how did Zhu Luqi know that the devil technique Su Jing cultivated was the devouring dark devil technique? Zhu Luqi was not Zhao Ji. He would not despicably use Li Feng to provoke Su Jing. The culprit was none other than Zhao Ji, who was by Zhao Deng's side. Previously, when Zhao Ji spoke to Su Jing in the secret underground chamber, he was troubled by Su Jing's unreasonable request before he left. Su Jing wanted him to rescue him. To him, This was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless his grandfather or father were willing to help him, it was impossible. Later on, an accident led him to discover the palace master, Zhu Luqi, venting in a remote valley halfway up the Heaven Palace. The way Zhu Luqi was venting did not seem like a person who had lived for more than 100 years. First, he carved huge rocks into the image of Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Then, he blasted Feng Bui's statues into dust with lightning speed. At that time, Zhao Ji could clearly feel Zhu Luqi's anger. At that moment, he saw hope. If Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, is willing to help, it won't be difficult for me to rescue Su Jing. Due to this reason, he began to stay away from Zhu Luqi. In the beginning, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to sound out Zhu Luqi's opinion. He wanted to know what Zhu Luqi thought of the devil Dao cultivation method that could be said to be heartless and inhumane. If Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, he could only dismiss the idea of working with Zhu Luqi. However, after some probing, Zhao Ji discovered that although Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, his hatred for Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, surpassed everything else. In order to kill Feng Bui, he was willing to cultivate that kind of cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, he laid his cards on the table with Zhu Luqi, and told him that he planned to rescue Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. Zhu Luqi, who was blinded by hatred, immediately agreed. As a result, today's scene was born. Recently, it was Zhu Luqi's turn to be on duty. He was in charge of monitoring Su Jing. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for Zhu Luqi to rescue Su Jing before the high-ranking officials of the mystical sky mansion could react. Of course, only Zhao Ji, Zhu Luqi, and Su Jing knew about this. One must admit that as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical sky mansion, other than having an extraordinary innate talent in the martial Dao, Zhao Ji was also very smart. For example, his deal with Zhu Luqi this time. With Zhu Luqi's strength, he could easily kick Zhao Ji aside and work with Su Jing on his own. However, he had said that if Zhu Luqi dared to act alone, he would immediately complain to his grandfather and father. At most, they would go their separate ways. He had used this to threaten Zhu Luqi, and made Zhu Luqi swear on the lightning penalty oath so he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. From the beginning until the end, he did not even need to expose himself to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation technique, the devouring dark devil technique, that he had been dreaming of. Naturally, he had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique since Su Jing insisted on only passing the devouring dark devil technique to him and Zhu Luqi after he left the mystical sky mansion. I hope Zhu Luqi isn't so useless. At this moment, Zhao Ji was most worried about his grandfather and Gu Xiaiyun catching up to Zhu Luqi. He was not worried about Zhu Luqi's safety at all. He was more worried that he would not be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique even though he had wasted his breath. Fortunately, Zhu Luqi was unaware of Zhao Ji's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been angered to the point of throwing up blood. I've risked my life to bring him out, and I'm not even worried about wasting my energy. However, you're just a brat who only used your mouth, and you're actually worried about wasting your breath? A few days later, the two great guardians returned empty-handed. After Zhu Luqi left with Su Jing, it was as though he had completely vanished without a trace. I'm afraid Palace Master Zhu has been planning this for a long time. Let alone us, even if Lord Mansion Master chases after him personally, I'm afraid you might not be able to catch up to him. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were Vice Mansion Masters and above gathered again due to Gu Xiaiyun and Zhao Jin's return. If that's the case, there's no need to waste our energy looking for him. Based on his message, he's already determined to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Now we can also withdraw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Also, spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion has discovered someone from the Rising Sky Mansion cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. That's why we're attacking them. Meng Qi nodded. Currently, he seemed to have regained his usual calmness as he began to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion's matters. In the past, there had always been people from the Mystical Sky Mansion guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because they were worried the news would be leaked. However, there was no need for that now. Also, spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion's Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhuluchi, has kidnapped Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and has been expelled by our Mystical Sky Mansion. Su Jing is the first person in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, Meng Qing continued to say. When Meng Qing said this, it was obvious he was pushing all the blame onto Zhuluchi. Since Zhuluchi dared to do this, he must have been mentally prepared. Also, send someone to the Mountain Shade Black Market and inform Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, that the reason Zhuluchi kidnapped Su Jing was to obtain the Devouring Dark Devil technique that Su Jing cultivated so he could seek revenge from him, Meng Qing said again. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene did not have any objections to Meng Qing's decision. The other three palace masters who had a good relationship with Zhuluchi sighed inwardly. However, they also knew their mansion master was doing this for the sake of the big picture. He did not intend to harm Zhuluchi. Just like this, shocking news spread out from the Mystical Sky Mansion and caused a huge commotion in the Debussy subterranean. The Devouring Dark Devil technique has appeared again? The fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, obtained the Devouring Dark Devil technique? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion did not die even after his glabella was pierced by a sword because he cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique? When the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, learned that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique, they made a move and suppressed the Rising Sky Mansion. The core force of the Rising Sky Mansion resisted stubbornly and was completely annihilated. Only the elderly, women, and children survived? Then, doesn't this mean the Devouring Dark Devil technique has fallen into the hands of the Mystical Sky Mansion? Zhuluchi, the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, kidnapped Su Jing for his own selfish reasons. The Mystical Sky Mansion failed to find him, so they publicly announced that they're expelling Su Jing from the Mystical Sky Mansion. It seems like Zhuluchi wants to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique. The peaceful Debussy subterranean was in an uproar because of the news. Many people sighed emotionally. A dignified fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion was annihilated just like that. There were even more people who were amazed by the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. As expected of a quasi-third-rate force, its strength is not something a fourth-rate force can compare to at all. It annihilated a fourth-rate force just like that. The various fourth-rate forces had also learned about this news. The Mystical Sky Mansion is actually so powerful? Don't tell me this is the difference between a quasi-third-rate force and a fourth-rate force? In some of the fourth-rate forces' bases, the high-ranking officials gathered and looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Mystical Sky Mansion can't be considered as the strongest among quasi-third-rate forces. If the Mystical Sky Mansion is already so powerful, how terrifying would the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion be? Although they were from fourth-rate forces, they did not have any conflicts with quasi-third-rate forces. Although they knew quasi-third-rate forces were powerful, they did not know exactly how powerful they were. However, this time, the Mystical Sky Mansion had annihilated the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion without sacrificing a single soldier. Not only that, but it had also demonstrated the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Such strength made them tremble in fear. To think I thought we'd be able to become a quasi-third-rate force in less than 100 years. Now, it seems like I was dreaming. A quasi-third-rate force is actually so powerful. We still have a long way to go before we can become a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, many fourth-rate forces were shocked by the quasi-third-rate force's strength. They no longer dared to think of replacing it. The Mystical Sky Mansion had used its actions to prove its strength as a quasi-third-rate force. As one of the two most powerful quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean, The Azure Cloud Mansion had, naturally, received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion immediately. Devouring Dark Devil Technique? In the main hall, a person sat on the main seat. It was none other than the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffin. Yes. Below him, an old man nodded his head in response. Elder Rome, you may take your leave, Duan Ruffin said. Lord Mansion Master, the appearance of the Devouring Dark Devil Technique will definitely cause harm. Should our Azure Cloud Mansion make a move to look for the mystical Sky Mansion's traitor, Shu Luchi, and kill him to prevent future troubles? The old man was none other than one of Duan Ruffin's two capable subordinates, Rong Yuan. When he saw Duan Ruffin had asked him to leave without saying anything after learning about the Devouring Dark Devil Technique, he was puzzled. That was why he asked this question. We'll wait and see for now, Duan Ruffin replied. Understood. Rong Yuan nodded his head respectfully before turning around and leaving. After Rong Yuan left, Duan Ruffin muttered to himself. If I'm not mistaken, the Devouring Dark Devil Technique seems to be a devil technique created by Black Nether. However, the original Devouring Dark Devil Technique was cultivated by devouring Yin Moonlight Energy. It's considered a normal Devil Dao cultivation method. Chapter 1808. Black Nether was the devil cultivator who wanted to take over Duan Ruffin's body. He was a powerful existence from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duan Lingtian obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, Black Nether's main soul that was hidden in the Devil Seal Tablet also wanted to take over his body. However, due to the fact that his soul did not belong to this world, not only did Black Nether's main soul fail to take over his body, but he was also annihilated because of this. When Black Nether's main soul was annihilated, the sub-soul that fought with Duan Ruffin for his body was annihilated as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ruffin was able to regain control of his body. The powerful strength that Black Nether cultivated when he took over his body was also under his control. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was a force that Black Nether had seized when he took over his body. Now that Black Nether was dead, it naturally belonged to him. It could be said that Black Nether had done so much for him, but in the end, it was all thanks to him. Although Black Nether was a devil cultivator, he was very arrogant. He wouldn't do such a thing. In his opinion, only a third-rate devil cultivator would do such a thing. It must be that abandoned disciple of Black Nether who forcefully tampered with the Devouring Dark Devil Technique that Black Nether passed on to him, and changed it to allow him to cultivate by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. It was not difficult for Duan Ruffin, who had spent some time with Black Nether, to figure this out. Grandfather! While Duan Ruffin was deep in his thoughts, a tender and pleasant voice resonated from outside the hall. It was obvious it was a child's voice. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ruffin opened his eyes. His eyes brightened as a doting smile appeared on his face. They saw a little boy about 3 years old flying in from outside the palace. However, when he flew in the air, his body swayed, and every movement seemed to be at risk of falling. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. Nyener, don't disturb grandfather. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her silky long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was his fiancée, Li Fei. Looking at Li Fei's current appearance, there was not much difference from the past. She did not look like a woman who had given birth to a child at all. Nyener, come to Grandpa. Duan Ruffin shook his head at Li Fei and then opened his arms, allowing the little boy to jump into his arms. Yo! Nyener seems to have put on a few kilos. Not bad. Duan Ruffin's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of doting. In the past, not long after his son was born, he was targeted by He Ming. The two of them fought for control of the body. He could not return to his home and left for 20 years. Therefore, he did not participate in his son's childhood, which he regretted. Because of this, The guilt he felt towards his son was completely repaid onto the little boy in his arms. Because this was his son's son, Duan Rufeng's grandson. Father! At the same time, Li Fei also came forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Rufeng. Although Duan Rufeng was her man's father, she still maintained a respectful attitude in front of Duan Rufeng. This was because she knew her man's father was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the WCI subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that she had stayed in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time, she had a deep understanding of the WCI subterranean as well. For this reason, she knew the Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the two strongest forces in the WCI subterranean. It was an existence that was on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Her man's father was one of the two strongest people in the WCI subterranean. Dugu in the north, Ru Feng in the south, the lower provinces heaven and earth. This was the most popular saying in the WCI subterranean. It meant that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market in the north of the WCI subterranean and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the south, Duan Rufeng, were capable of holding up the lower provinces heaven and earth. Naturally, this was just a metaphor. The most accurate meaning was that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion were the two strongest existences in the WCI subterranean. Fei, we're family. You don't have to be so courteous when you see me. Duan Rufeng smiled at Li Fei. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law before him. How could he not be satisfied? She was the one who gave birth to the grandson in his arms. Mother, I want to sleep with grandfather tonight. The little boy shook his little head and said to Li Fei while rubbing his chubby face. Nianer, stop fooling around! Upon hearing the little boy's words, Li Fei's expression turned grave immediately. Grandfather needs to cultivate. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing this, the little boy felt wrong. He looked at Duan Rufeng with tears in his eyes. Grandfather, grandfather! I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hurry up and tell mother. All right, all right. Faced with the cute grandson in his arms, naturally, Duan Rufeng would not reject him. He immediately looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, Fei, let Nianer sleep with me tonight. Yes, father. Since Duan Rufeng had spoken, Li Fei, naturally, did not say anything else. Father! All of a sudden, as though she was reminded of something, Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Is there any news about him? There were only 3 people present. Li Fei was still using voice transmission. It was obvious she did not want the little boy to hear their conversation. Not yet. Duan Rufeng replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he knew the him Li Fei was referring to was his son, Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Tian obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread, he seemed to have vanished completely. He'll be fine, right? Li Fei asked worriedly. Don't worry. A senior who's proficient in divination told me that no matter how big of a problem Tian encounters, he'll definitely turn it into a blessing in the end. That senior has never miscalculated before, Duan Rufeng said. The senior he was referring to was naturally the Oracle Man. I hope so. Li Fei nodded. However, the worry in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. After all, she had never seen the Oracle Man before. She had also never heard of the Oracle Man's rumors and deeds. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe and sound, that child should be around Nianer's age now. Li Fei muttered to herself as she looked at the mischievous little boy in Duan Rufeng's arms. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes immediately. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. He was also very worried about his daughter-in-law who was trapped in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and was an influential figure in the WCI subterranean, he, Duan Rufeng, was nothing in the upper province. Naturally, it was not that he did nothing. At the very least, he had asked the Watcher in the lower province to help him ask around. He could be considered acquainted with the Watcher in the lower province. He had paid a price, and the Watcher had agreed to help him. However, until now, the Watcher had yet to reply to him. It was likely that the Watcher had not asked around. The Watcher was a disciple from a first-rate force in the upper province. Not only that, but he was also at the quintessential saint stage. It was only natural that he would be able to ask around about the Zoroastrianism. The little boy in Duan Rufing's arms was none other than Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's child. Li Fei had named him Duan Nian Tian. Nian Tian was referring to missing someone. One had to admit that Li Fei and Kerr had a tacit understanding. Kerr had named her daughter Duan Siling while she named her son Duan Nian Tian. Siling Nian Tian? Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know the names of his son and daughter. Moreover, he had not even seen his son and daughter before. The Mountain Shade Black Market had also received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared, Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market said calmly as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. At this moment, the few high-ranking officials of the Mountain Shade Black Market standing in front of him could clearly feel the coldness in their leader's calm voice. They were not surprised by this. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique had appeared, a devil cultivator with shocking strength had appeared as well. In order to deal with that devil cultivator, all the quasi-third-rate forces, including the Mountain Shade Black Market, had sent out their top powerhouses. It was during that battle that their leader's ancestor was killed. One could say that the Mountain Shade Black Market had an irreconcilable hatred for the devouring dark devil technique and its owner. The devouring dark devil technique, Su Jing Zhu Luqi. Pass down my order to all the bases to search for both of them. If they're found, kill them on sight. Dugu's eyes gleamed coldly as he passed down the order. Yes, Lord Leader. The few people who carried out the order replied respectfully. Feng Bui, follow me to the mystical Sky Mansion. I must find out the ins and outs of this matter, Dugu said as he looked at one of the few people seated below him. Feng Bui was the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market who had gone to the mystical Sky Mansion 6 months ago. Just as Feng Bui was about to leave the Mountain Shade Black Market with Dugu and head to the mystical Sky Mansion, a messenger arrived in time. The reason Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge from me? After Feng Bui learned about this, he recalled the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking official whom he had taught a lesson to 6 months ago. Realization dawned on him. I remember now. That fellow seems to be called Zhu Luqi. However, does he think he can seek revenge from me just because he has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He's overestimating himself. Feng Bui had a disdainful expression on his face. What happened? When Dugu heard about this, he immediately looked at Feng Bui and asked, You have enmity with that traitor from the mystical Sky Mansion? Faced with his own leader's question, Feng Bui did not dare to be negligent. He immediately told him about what had happened 6 months ago. He's the palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the leader of the mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. The way you humiliated him is even worse than killing him. No wonder he would take the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Chapter 1809. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes at some point in time. He sighed deeply and left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought in his mind. Currently, his cultivation base was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. However, a bottleneck appeared at this step. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need to find a suitable opportunity. Hualao, have you used up all the materials? Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked. I've used them up a long time ago, Hualao said. However, the materials you gave me last time are just a drop in the bucket to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. For this reason, you'll need more materials if you want to repair the 4th level. Don't worry, there'll be more materials in the future, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go get the materials for you now. Currently, it had been almost half a year since he went into closed-door cultivation. However, 2 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. In these 2 years, not only did Duan Lingtian consolidate his intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, but he had also improved further. He was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. When Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, he noticed there were a few people hiding in the dark watching him. The people from the Zhao clan are still unwilling to give up? Duan Lingtian frowned before he relaxed. He ignored those people and walked toward the main mansion to look for Gu Li. The people from the Zhao clan followed closely behind him. Damn it! He's been in closed-door cultivation for so long, and now that he's finally out, he's still not leaving. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan cursed when they saw Duan Lingtian did not leave the mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was committing a crime by not leaving the mystical Sky Mansion. However, the news of Duan Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation quickly spread to the other mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. For a time, it caused the originally lifeless Zhao clan to seethe with excitement. All of them rubbed their palms together and wished for nothing more than to immediately display their strength. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where Guardian Gu Xiaoyun cultivated. Uncle Gu. This time, Duan Lingtian met Gu Xiaoyun. Little Tian is here? Gu Xiaoyun smiled as he faced Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian could clearly see that there was a strange look in Gu Xiaoyun's eyes. Uncle Gu, is there something on your mind? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. When Gu Xiaoyun heard this, he sighed but did not say anything. Father, junior brother Lingtian is not an outsider. What's the harm in telling him? Moreover, he was the one who provided the news about the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li had also come over and said bluntly. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. You tell little Tian. When Gu Li spoke, Duan Lingtian finally understood the reason behind Gu Xiaoyun's troubled expression. Our Heavenly Palace's palace master saved Su Jing? He saved Su Jing because he wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated. Since the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and heartless devil Dao cultivation method, he was worried he wouldn't be able to cultivate it if it was exposed, so he chose to take the risk. He chose to take the risk because he wanted to seek revenge from the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. After learning about this matter, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. It seems like Palace Master Zhu has not forgotten about the incident from half a year ago. Half a year ago, he was not far away when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. He had witnessed everything clearly. He could completely understand how Zhu Luqi felt at that time. He must have wished he was dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he learned that Zhu Luqi took the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique because of that incident. Palace Master Zhu's master is Grand Master's little junior brother. Therefore, Palace Master Zhu can be considered as a member of my father's faction. He usually calls my father senior brother when he sees him. Gu Li explained in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable that Gu Xiaoyun had a troubled expression. Palace Master Zhu is indeed a little muddle-headed. If he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, who knows how many people he will harm. Oh right, Uncle Gu, do you know what kind of inhumane method one uses to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Gu Xiaoyun. It said that the devouring dark devil technique is cultivated by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. The advancement of one's cultivation base is extremely fast. The young women whose vital energy and blood are devoured by the person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique will turn into dried corpses in the end. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed coldly as he said sternly, If Zhu Luqi really cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, I'll personally kill him the next time we meet. Devouring vital energy and blood? Turning into dried corpses? Although Duan Lingtian knew the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was extremely vicious, he could not help but gasp when he found out the method. At the same time, his expression turned gloomy. What a vicious devil Dao cultivation method! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He felt devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were worse than beasts. Then, does this mean Su Jing will most likely be able to recover after being rescued by him? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was someone he wanted to kill. Initially, he thought Su Jing would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect Xu Luqi would be the one to rescue him. Before Palace Master Zhu left, he said he'll kill Su Jing after obtaining the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li said, although Palace Master Zhu's actions are difficult to accept, based on the words he left behind, it's clear he was forced to do so. He didn't really want to betray the mystical sky mansion. As long as he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, he deserves to die. Gu Xiaoyan said sternly. Kill Su Jing? Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. Since Su Jing had a way to instigate Xu Luqi to betray him and let Xu Luqi save him, he must have a backup plan. He would not easily pass the devouring dark devil technique to Xu Luqi. Due to this reason, he did not think Xu Luqi would be able to kill Su Jing. It was not that Xu Luqi was not strong enough to kill Su Jing, but Su Jing would use the devouring dark devil technique, a devil Dao cultivation method, to prevent Xu Luqi from killing him. Su Jing, I'll definitely kill you the next time we meet, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour Su Jing. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li, how many materials have you gathered? The materials you need are all in here. Gu Li took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring, he was shocked when he looked inside. The materials in the spatial ring were more than 10 times more than the materials he had gathered previously. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. This was because he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost half a year. With the mystical sky mansion's strength, it was not difficult for him to gather these materials in such a short time. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still grateful to the father and son from Gu clan and the mansion master of mystical sky mansion. After obtaining the materials, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the father and son from Gu clan before he left and returned to his residence. After he returned, he immediately sent the materials into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and into Hualao's hands. Hualao, the materials in this spatial ring are more than 10 times more than the materials I gathered previously. However, I haven't found the 2 rarest materials yet. Don't tell me we don't have those 2 materials here? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and anxiously. Not necessarily. Hualao's voice resonated. Don't forget that you're currently in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be an independent pseudo-realm. Although it's a pseudo-realm, the environment there must be much better than the lower province. There must be more treasures there. Just because the lower province doesn't have those 2 materials doesn't mean the upper province doesn't have them as well. Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Pseudo-realm? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. This was his first time hearing about a pseudo-realm in this world. A pseudo-realm refers to a realm that isn't considered a realm. I can't describe it in detail. You can understand it this way. A pseudo-realm is an independent realm formed by the turbulence of space. The environment in a pseudo-realm is usually very good. The environment I'm talking about is not only a cultivation environment, but it also includes various living environments. Hualao said, if I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be a pseudo-realm that appeared later on. After the pseudo-realm appeared, the backbone of the Dao Martial Saint Land went there. However, due to the limited resources there, the weaker forces and people in the Dao Martial Saint Land stayed there. That's how the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land came into being. Based on Hualao's tone when he said this, it was as though he had experienced it himself. Duan Lingtian nodded although he did not fully understand. In fact, he still did not understand. What was the turbulence of space? Why would its turbulence be able to form an independent realm? As for what a realm was, he had heard Hualao mention it before. He knew it referred to a completely independent world. For example, the Earth in his previous life was located in a secular plane. It was a planet in that plane. The world he was in now was also a planet in the mundane plane. And in this mundane plane, there were probably thousands of different planets. I wonder if Earth is in this mundane realm as well. Chapter 1810. Then, does this mean the people from the Debussy subterranean were actually abandoned? After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. That's most likely the case. Hualao nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and went to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to the fact that he had reached a bottleneck, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of his room. I wonder how she's doing now that such a thing has happened. Zhu, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the mystical sky mansion for the sake of the devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his disciples. Wang Fei Xian was also one of Zhu Luqi's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian immediately went to Wang Fei Xian's residence. However, he discovered that Wang Fei Xian's residence was empty. She's not here? Duan Lingtian shook his head and prepared to return. At this moment, a few figures flashed past him. These few Heaven Palace's disciples seemed to be in a hurry. While they were on their way, they did not stop talking to each other. Let's go! Let's go and watch the show. If we're late, the show will come to an end, one of the Heaven Palace's disciples said in a hurried tone. Come to think of it, they're really innocent. To think that they, as disciples, have to bear the consequences of Lord Palace Master's actions. The few people from the Zhao clan are the best among the Heaven Palace's disciples. It's said that one of them has broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. He's still a Heaven Palace's disciple even though he has broken through to the early eminent saint stage and hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking or the main mansion. For this reason, even if the Zhao clan's disciple is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it's not against the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's direct disciples a lesson. Even Lord Palace Master's direct disciples who have entered the mystical sky ranking and the main mansion can't interfere in today's matter. After all, according to our Mystical Sky Mansion's rules, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion can't take the initiative to fight with the disciples from the 4 palaces. The few people's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The few Heaven Palace's direct disciples from the Palace Master's direct disciples are the Palace Master's direct disciples from the main mansion? Heaven's heaven, and he hasn't even entered the Mystical Sky rankings. That mean he hasn't entered the Mystical Sky ranking? To the mystical heaven? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he wants to rely on his eminent saint stage cultivation base to bully the Palace Master's direct disciples. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he followed the few people who were passing by. He did not know the other direct disciples of the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. Even if he heard they were being bullied, he would not interfere. However, he suspected the reason Wang Fei Xian was not at her residence was most likely because she was with the other direct disciples of Zhu Luqi. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Lingtian was following them. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally approached them and had no intention of hiding his tracks. Senior Brother Ling! Senior Brother Lingtian! When the few of them recognized Duan Lingtian, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian might have entered the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where only the strong ones were respected, apart from those who were related by blood, one's age and status would not be determined by one's age. Instead, one's status would be determined by one's strength. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than them, his strength was far above them. Due to this reason, they addressed him as senior brother very sincerely. At this moment, Duan Lingtian arrived next to the few of them and nodded at them with a smile as a greeting. When the few of them saw Duan Lingtian's smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but sigh emotionally. The senior brother Lingtian did not put on any airs at all. He was unlike those who were slightly more capable, and had their eyes on the top of their heads. What did you say earlier about the palace master's direct disciple having a conflict with the Zhao clan's disciples? Duan Lingtian asked. Due to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, the few of them had a good impression of him. When faced with his question, the few of them immediately told him everything they knew. As it turned out, the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had used the excuse of cleaning house to bully the few direct disciples under Zhu Luqi. Currently, they had a conflict, and it would not take long before both sides would fight. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as one did not kill or maim someone, there were no restrictions on sparring. Senior brother Lingtian, you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Fei Xian. I saw her earlier. I'm afraid she'll be at a disadvantage if she's with the palace master's direct disciples. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian. This Heaven Palace's disciple knew there was going to be a good show, so he came to look for the others and asked them to join in the fun. As expected, she's here. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the others to the peak of the Heaven Palace. This was because the people from the Zhao clan and Zhu Luqi's faction were confronting each other at the peak of the Heaven Palace. It would not take long before they started fighting. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he noticed a large group of people had gathered at the peak of the Heaven Palace. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. In the end, there were even Earth Palace's disciples, Mystical Palace's disciples, and even Yellow Palace's disciples who came to watch the show. At the center of the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other at the center of the vast platform. There were 5 people standing on one side. There were 4 people standing on the other side. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 4 people standing side by side. He noticed Wang Fei Xian was there as well. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian was glaring at the 5 people in front of her. They were also the 5 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji? Then, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhao Ji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji, I've already made it clear that everything Master has done has nothing to do with us. We had no idea beforehand. Not only that, but Lord Qian Pingxing, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also informed us that the mystical Sky Mansion won't implicate us for our Master's mistake. A sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Wang Fei Xian said in a deep voice. Han Gang, everyone knows how to play nice. What evidence do you have to prove that all of you have nothing to do with this matter? I really suspect that the reason Zhu Luqi was able to escape from the 2 guardians' pursuit is most likely because all of you are his spies. Zhao Ji said with narrowed eyes. The 4 people before him were the disciples of his partner, Zhu Luqi. If it was any other time, he would not have offended Zhu Luqi even if he only cooperated with Zhu Luqi because of benefits. However, the reason he was here today was because his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to do so. According to his grandfather, Zhao Jin had asked him to lead some men to teach these few direct disciples of Zhu Luqi a lesson. As the saying went, a son must repay a father's debt. Although Zhu Luqi was not their father, a master was like a father and a mother, so he could be considered as their father. Zhao Ji knew very well that his grandfather had made such a decision because he wanted Zhu Luqi to reveal some clues so he could capture Zhu Luqi. Although it was not very realistic, it was better to try than not try. You're lying! We had no idea what Master had done beforehand. Zhao Ji, don't slander us! At this moment, it was not only Hong Gang and the other 2, but even Wang Fei Xian's expression had changed. Zhao Ji's accusation was too harsh. He actually accused them of being spies. Young Master Ji, why are you wasting your breath on them? Since they're unwilling to admit it, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their traitorous master. Let's see if they can still be as stubborn as they are now. The curly-bearded middle-aged man behind Zhao Ji grinned. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other 2. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave as he said angrily, Zhao Kun, if it wasn't for your good luck that made you break through to the eminent saint stage before me, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I, Hong Gang, will swear that if you dare to touch a single strand of hair on me, my junior brother, and my junior sister, I'll definitely not let you off the hook when I break through to the eminent saint stage. Before Zhao Kun had broken through, although his strength was not bad, he was still defeated by Hong Gang. Now that Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage before him, he was in such a passive position. I don't know when you'll break through to the eminent saint stage. All I know is that you, Hong Gang, will have to obediently kneel in front of me, Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun chuckled strangely as though he was a villain who had gotten his way. Young Master Ji. Although Zhao Kun wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still asked for instructions when he remembered Zhao Ji was present. When Zhao Kun saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, his body jolted before he stomped on the ground and charged toward Hong Gang like a storm. The air trembled in his wake as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a gust of wind swept out from Zhao Kun's body, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. Hong Gang is nothing in front of senior brother Zhao Ji, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. He. Let alone Hong Gang, even if he joins forces with the other 3 people next to him, there's still no match for senior brother Zhao Kun. With senior brother Zhao Kun here, there's no need for us to make a move at all. The other 3 people next to Zhao Ji stood at the side and watched the show as well. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Be careful, senior brother. When Zhao Kun charged toward Hong Gang, horror dawned on Wang Fei Xian and the other 2 people. At the same time, the 3 of them made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kun as well. Although their senior brother Hong Gang was strong, he was no match for Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the eminent saint stage. You want to join forces? Then, I'll let all of you join forces and receive my palm strike. Chapter 1811. After Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage, his true origin had undergone a tremendous change as well. At the very least, compared to the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, the true origin at the early eminent saint stage was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Faced with the joint attack of Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other 3, Zhao Kun raised his hand and slapped his palm down. His vast true origin rumbled and transformed into a palm print that was the size of a small hill that enveloped Hong Gang and the other 3. Hong Gang and the other 3 consolidated their territories with their true origins and resisted with all their might without holding back at all. At this moment, it was impossible for them to hold back even if they wanted to. This was because they were facing an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party had just broken through to the eminent saint stage, he was already an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although there was only one step between the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage, the difference between the 2 was like the difference between a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage was a fish, then the early eminent saint stage was a dragon that had crossed the dragon's gate. Boom! As Zhao Kun's palms slammed down, the territories that Hong Gang and the other 3 managed to form with great difficulty were instantly destroyed by Zhao Kun's palm print like a broken wall. Other than their territories, their techniques and true origins were also completely crushed by Zhao Kun's palm print. At this moment, Zhao Kun was fighting against 4 refined saint stage martial cultivators by himself. He was completely oppressing his opponents by beating them up. Bang! 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 Hong Gang and the other 3 were engulfed by Zhao Kun's palm wind and were sent flying before crashing onto the ground in a wretched manner. Their originally rosy faces had turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Faced with Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, they were still unable to withstand a single blow even when they attacked together. How powerful! So this is the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse? A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, 2 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, and 1 powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even when the 4 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Zhao Kun. A few days ago, Zhao Kun was defeated by Hong Gang. A few days later, when facing the joint forces of Hong Gang and 3 other people, he defeated Hong Gang and the others with just a single strike. The difference between now and then is really shocking. Zhao Kun's breakthrough to the eminent saint stage is like a fish that has leaped through the dragon gate. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they came back to their senses one by one. Their gazes all landed on Zhao Kun, and their tones were filled with emotions. Unable to withstand a single blow, Zhao Kun looked down at Hong Gang and the other 3 with a condescending gaze, his face full of disdain. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards the 4 severely injured people who had been sent flying. He seemed to want to do something. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Kun in a timely manner, blocking his path. That's enough. The person glanced at Zhao Kun indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Tian. The person who blocked Zhao Kun's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nameless brat who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. When Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes could not help but widen. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, the first thing that came to his mind was how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice in public. Then, he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had kicked him out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, causing him to miss the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If there was someone he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Ling Tian. Moreover, he was eager to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his strength quickly. Part of the reason was to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is he trying to stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I've never heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hee hee. Don't forget that Ling Tian and the Zhao clan are like fire and water. Before entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he had already slapped Zhao Ji twice in public and humiliated him. After entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he even kicked out Zhao Ji, who had just entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone 3 days ago. Then, he even kicked out the other 3 disciples from the Zhao clan. To him, the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him even if he doesn't show up today. I know that. However, even if the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him, it seems a little irrational for him to stand up for him at this time, right? Zhao Kun is not Zhao Ji. He's at the eminent saint stage. Don't forget that although Ling Tian and Hong Gang aren't friends, he's quite close to Wang Feixian. I've seen them together a lot in the past. I'm sure their relationship isn't that simple. I almost forgot about Wang Feixian. Ling Tian is really angry because of a beauty. Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian was originally in a bad mood because she was injured by Zhao Kun. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in time to stop Zhao Kun, her mood was lifted. When she heard the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. Ling Tian? You're Ling Tian? Originally, Zhao Kun was very angry when he saw someone blocking in front of him. However, when he heard the people around him say that the young man in front of him was Ling Tian, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard about the Lord Guardian of their Zhao clan saying whoever could kill Ling Tian would become his adopted son or daughter. Everyone in the Zhao clan had gone crazy because of this. Many people even kept their eyes on Ling Tian and kept an eye on him. They were waiting for Ling Tian to come out, or how to lure Ling Tian out so they could kill him. Right now, Ling Tian was right in front of him, so close to him. How could he not feel excited? Do I know you? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kun looking at him as though he had seen a peerless treasure, he asked with a frown on his face. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. It's fine as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Lingtian as calmly as possible and asked in a deep voice. Why? Do you intend to stand up for them at this moment? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Kun and did not reply to him. Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Zhao Kun did not seem to mind Duan Lingtian's disregard at all. He continued to say to Duan Lingtian, It's fine if you want to stand up for them. I'll give you a chance. What do you think? This chance will allow you to stand up for them and vent their anger. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His tone was as calm as usual. Think about it. If you fight with me here, even if you're stronger than me, you can only injure me. You won't be able to kill or maim me. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the Hall of Life and Death and have a Hall of Life and Death elder be our witness. We'll sign a death pact and fight to our heart's content. What do you think? Zhao Kun said patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be filled with temptation. At that time, even if you kill me, you won't violate the mansion's rules and won't be punished by the enforcement hall. Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew what kind of place Zhao Kun was talking about. In the mystical sky mansion, whether it was the main mansion, Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, or Yellow Palace, there was a Hall of Life and Death in each of them. The Hall of Life and Death was a place for Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to settle their grudges. As long as two Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed a death pact, they would be able to have a death duel without being bound by the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. Usually, only two people who had great enmity with each other would go to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a death pact. However, Zhao Kun actually suggested for him to sign a death pact with him. Hall of Life and Death. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the other people present on the scene were also dumbfounded. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent at this moment. Zhao Kun actually invited Ling Tian to a death duel. He wanted to kill Ling Tian? This was the same thought that appeared in everyone's mind. This Zhao Kun. He wants to use this opportunity to kill Ling Tian. What a good plan. He actually wants to kill Ling Tian legitimately to avenge the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Ling Tian whether he agrees or not. If I'm Ling Tian, I definitely won't agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kun suggested this, he must be confident he'll win. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian, everyone present, including Zhao Kun, did not think Duan Lingtian would agree to it. What? You don't dare to? Zhao Kun sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kun! At this moment, Xiao Ji sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kun and said coldly, Stop your foolish actions. I want to kill Ling Tian with my own hands. Although he did not think Ling Tian would agree to Zhao Kun's death duel invitation, he could not help but stop Zhao Kun just to be safe. If it was in the past, he would not have minded Ling Tian being killed by Zhao Kun. However, now that he was about to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, it would only take him 1 or 2 years to surpass Ling Tian. For this reason, he did not want to borrow someone else's hand to kill Ling Tian. He wanted to kill Ling Tian with his own hands to avenge the hatred from the past. For this reason, he even decided to ask his grandfather to revoke the order to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Kun did not expect Xiao Ji would send him a voice transmission to warn him not to provoke Duan Lingtian, and not to make a move on Duan Lingtian. You want to kill him with your own hands? Do you have the strength to do so? Chapter 1812. Although Zhao Kun did not dare to question Xiao Ji, he did not intend to bother with him. What a joke! The opportunity to kill Ling Tian was right in front of him. Unless he was crazy, he would not give up on this opportunity. Once he killed Ling Tian in the Hall of Death, he would become the godson of Zhao Jin, the strongest person in the Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he was not on par with Zhao Deng, he would still be higher than the others. Even Zhao Ji would have to address him as uncle when they met. When Zhao Kun thought of that, he felt a little smug. How could he be in the mood to bother with Zhao Ji? Actually, it's fine if you don't dare to. I understand, Zhao Kun said with a faint smile when he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though it was fine if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his invitation to a death duel. However, his smile was despicable no matter how one looked at it. His eyes were filled with condescending contempt and disdain. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kun continued to say as though he was still not satisfied. To be able to give birth to such a cowardly son, I'm sure your parents must be cowards as well. In my opinion, you shouldn't be called Ling Tian. You should be called Shu Tian instead. If Zhao Kun's previous words were considered polite, his current words were undoubtedly provoking Duan Lingtian and provoking Duan Lingtian. Ha ha! Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan could not help but laugh out loud. Shu Tian? That's a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It sounds much better than Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun thought about the benefits he would obtain after killing Duan Lingtian, he no longer cared about anything else. Zhao Kun, what are you doing? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhao Kun. He did not expect Zhao Kun would dare to disobey him and look down on him. However, even though his voice was stern, Zhao Kun still ignored him. Currently, Zhao Kun was only thinking about how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of the Zhao clan. Today, not to mention Zhao Ji, even if Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was here, he wouldn't even bat an eye. No one could stop Zhao Kun's path to the heavens. Following Zhao Kun's words, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Duan Lingtian. They all wanted to know how Duan Lingtian would react. Isn't this Zhao Kun too ruthless? Not only did he want Duan Lingtian to go to the Hall of Life and Death with him, he even used such a despicable method to enrage Ling Tian. That's right. This method is too despicable. He wants to make Ling Tian lose his mind and accept his life and death battle invitation. Ling Tian must have seen through his intentions. He probably won't fall for it. However, the thoughts of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were destined to be their own. If Zhao Kun had only insulted Duan Lingtian, he would not be bothered. Naturally, if he did not care about Zhao Kun, he would definitely accept Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. However, Zhao Kun actually insulted his parents with his words. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would definitely die. Duan Lingtian's parents were his reverse scale, especially his mother. In his eyes, she was even more important than his own life. However, today, she was insulted by a rascal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian really had the urge to charge forward and kill Zhao Kun with one slap. In the end, his rationality reminded him to remain calm. If he killed Zhao Kun just like that, he would undoubtedly violate the mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew he was not a match for the enforcement hall of mystical Sky Mansion with his current strength. For this reason, he chose to remain calm. Naturally, the calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes was the calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Zhao Kun, Duan Lingtian was not calm at all. This was because Duan Lingtian was angered by Zhao Kun's words to the point his eyes turned cold. He could no longer maintain his calm. Ling Tian seems to be very angry, of course. It would be strange if he's not angry when Zhao Kun insulted his parents. If someone insulted your parents, would you still be able to remain calm? Of course not. I must kill him. At this moment, more and more people began to wonder if Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his rationality and reject Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped out and left the peak of the Heaven Palace. He agreed? When Duan Lingtian's words entered everyone's ears, most of them were stunned. Lingtian agreed to Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation? That should be the case. Based on his words, it seems like he's going to the Hall of Death now. No way. He agreed just like that. Isn't he a little too rash? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps Lingtian's parents are his bottom line. Even if he knows he'll die, he'll still fight for his parents. I won't comment on Lingtian today. However, I admire his filial piety. He's seeking his own death. He's seeking his own death. Amidst the discussions, the group of people on the peak of the Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Naturally, there were also some people who flew away. It was obvious they wanted to inform the others to come and watch the show. Let alone the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace, even the few halls of death in the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have a single Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had entered to sign a death pact in the past 2 years. For this reason, there was no doubt many people were interested in the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun today. Even some of the famous Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show when they heard about this. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was filled with people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. The person who was walking slowly on this path toward the Hall of Death was none other than Duan Lingtian, junior brother Lingtian. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the crowd and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Don't be rash. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Hong Gang, who had rushed over with Wang Fei Xian. Due to the fact that he had suffered quite a serious injury earlier, his face was still extremely pale. He had forced himself to rush over to Duan Lingtian and block his path. In his opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian had accepted Zhao Kun's invitation to a death duel was all because of him and his junior brother and junior sister. Due to this reason, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Hong Gang! Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Wang Fei Xian had also rushed over and appeared next to Hong Gang. She immediately asked Duan Lingtian to voice transmission. Previously, when you were in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, you displayed a speed that's comparable to an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse. Are you really confident you can win the battle with Zhao Kun? I believe you won't lose your mind even if Zhao Kun provoked you like that. From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian felt Duan Lingtian would not have accepted Zhao Kun's invitation to the death duel if he was not confident he could win. However, at this moment she could not help but want to confirm it. He'll definitely die today! Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. At the same time, he replied to Wang Fei Xian through voice transmission. I understand. Wang Fei Xian nodded. She was about to call out to Hong Gang and asked him to move aside so he would not block Duan Lingtian's path. However, before Wang Fei Xian could say anything, a sneer sounded in the air. What's wrong? Don't tell me both of you want to sign a death duel pact and have a death duel with me as well? The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kun, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were directed at Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Lingtian will definitely kill him. Let's go! At the same time, Wang Fei Xian also spoke to Hong Gang through voice transmission before she led Hong Gang away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At least you know what's good for you. When Zhao Kun saw Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang making way for him, he, naturally, thought they were afraid of him. He smirked smugly. The group of people in the surroundings naturally thought the same as well. Little junior sister. Did you just say Lingtian will be able to kill him? Hong Gang, who was still in a daze when he was brought away from Duan Lingtian by Wang Fei Xian, finally regained his senses. His eyes were wide open as he asked Wang Fei Xian in a low voice. Don't worry, senior brother. Lingtian won't do anything he's not confident in. I know him, Wang Fei Xian replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue as her cheeks flushed red. However, Hong Gang was not in the mood to appreciate this. Wang Feixian's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head, causing his mind to go blank. He only regained his senses after a long time. When he regained his senses, his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't Ling Tian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Otherwise, why would junior sister say he won't do anything he's not confident in? Just like how Wang Feixian believed in Ling Tian, he also believed in his little junior sister. Although he hadn't known this junior sister of his for long, he knew that this junior sister of his was definitely not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Soon after, the other two disciples of Zhu Luqi arrived as well. Is Ling Tian confident in winning? When they learned from Wang Feixian that Duan Ling Tian was confident in winning the death duel, they were also stunned. However, despite their shock, they still chose to believe in their little junior sister before them. Usually, nobody would come to the Hall of Life and Death. However, the sudden appearance of so many people shocked the Heaven Palace's elder who was guarding the place. When he walked out of the Hall of Life and Death, he instantly learned about what had happened from the people around him. The two of you are going to sign the Death Pact? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.